Welcome to the February 18th, 2025 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber, and let the record reflect that all members are in attendance. And Mayor Vaughn, are you on Zoom? Mayor Vaughn? We know she's there, yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Please, we will begin the meeting with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, Ms. Jamila Pender, would you lead us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please silence any and all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside of the council chamber. The City of Greensboro strongly encourages residents' input at our meetings, and it is the goal of City Council that the Katie Dorset Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe place for all community members. In order to speak at tonight's meeting, individuals must sign up to speak by 6 p.m. If you are signed up to speak online, you must let the courier know that you are in attendance. Speakers may address specific consent or business agenda items with 3 minutes allocated for the remarks for zoning matters. There is a 15-minute presentation time for both proponents and opponents of the rezoning, and a 5-minute rebuttal period for each side. Speakers cannot relinquish their time to others, and the speaker's order is determined by the presiding officer, and depending on the number of speakers, council may adjust the time allocated for each person. Any handouts must be given to the courier for distribution. Speakers are expected to follow the rules of decorum. Any inappropriate behavior may result in removal from the meeting, and such removal will lead to an immediate 3-month suspension from in-person participation. And in case of physical altercations, suspension period extends to 12 months, and criminal charges may apply for those who are suspended. Virtual participation via Zoom remains an option to preserve anyone's right to free speech. Zoom participants may not speak until they are called upon. And by statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest or if they serve on a board of a nonprofit receiving funding from the city. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the presiding officer will announce the vote total. We have a consent agenda for items G1 through G20, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what is believed to be routine and non-controversial. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the next business meeting agenda. This meeting includes closed captioning, and depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we will take a short recess around 7:30 p.m. Council, does anyone wish to remove any item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose to vote no? Anyone? I'd like a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Moved by Nancy Hoffman. Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. And we do have a tallied vote. Mayor Vaughn? Mayor Vaughn?
I am a yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. All right, moving on. We will go to our public hearing agenda. This is the time for consideration of the public hearing agenda for City Council. Item number H1, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 9206 West Market Street, and a portion of 118 Kidd Road, 20.94 acres. Mark Isaacson for Shelley Scanlon of Colfax Realty, LLC, and others. And item H2, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 9206 West Market Street and a portion of 118 Kidd Road. Mark Isaacson for Shelley Scanlon of Colfax Realty, LLC, and others. These items were continued from the September 24th, 2024 meeting without further advertising. Yes, Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Abswader. Again, the request this evening is for annexation and original zoning from the current County RS 40 residential single-family, LB limited business, and AG agricultural to City CDO conditional district office. North of the request is currently zoned County RS 40. East of the request is zoned combination of County RS 40 and County AG. South of the request is zoned City R3 residential single-family as well as City PI public and institutional. West of the request is zoned County RS 40, County Limited Business, LB, City R3 Residential Single Family, and City CL Commercial Low. Subject property currently contains single-family dwellings. North and east of the request are undeveloped land as well as single-family dwellings. South of the request are single-family dwellings, undeveloped land, and Colfax Elementary School. West of the request contains single-family dwellings, undeveloped land, and a residential office conversion use. Property is designated residential in the Western Area Plan, as well as urban general and the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. These are the conditions that were advertised as part of the request this evening. In recommending approval, staff notes that this request does support the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework big idea to range our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed city CDO district allows land uses that are compatible with the general character of the area, and staff is recommending approval of these requests. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard these items originally at their August 19th, 2024 meeting, did recommend approval of both the annexation and original zoning. At that time, there was 1 speaker in favor and 3 in opposition. I can answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Hearing none, we will move to our presentation from those in favor. Mr. Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. My name is Mark Isaacson. My address is 804 Green Valley Road. We have been working on this project for about a year, and so I'll be a little briefer than usual because I believe we have resolved all of the issues, and we appreciate council's patience as we have worked through these. The staff, by the way, has been extraordinarily helpful and cooperative in bringing us to this point, which we very much appreciate. I've handed up some materials, but before I get too far along, the folks with Century Care are here with us. If you'll just raise your hands and be identified in the back. They're from Cary, and this is a family-owned business that owns and operates several assisted living care facilities around the state. This property was selected with some strict criteria in mind, and this property went through an extensive certificate of need process with the state agency that reviews and approves these locations. The population that needs assisted living care facilities is growing in our community. This would be a relocation of this facility currently on the Cone Health campus on North Church Street. It's the name of it's Heartland Rehabilitation Facility. And so the good news is that we have found a location that works. It meets all the criteria. I think the less than great news is we're not exactly advancing the ball for the community. We're simply keeping up with the need for these beds, these units. If you'll turn to the materials that I've handed out, we have the conditions that Mike went through with you. I'll go back to those in a minute. We have an aerial photograph of the property, and you'll see the location. It does meet all the criteria. It's on a major thoroughfare, West Market Street. It is located about 2 miles from Interstate 40, about 3 miles from Highway 68, and about 3 miles from Highway 150. So excellent access for a rehabilitation or nursing home type facility. It is right next to Colfax Elementary School, and so there will be no impact on the school there. This is the sort of opposite end of the age spectrum here. Your next page is the zoning map, which you've already seen. There's a mix of uses in this area, and so this actually fits very well in our comprehensive plan. It's right next to public and institutional, the school. It's across the street from low-density residential and from heavy industrial. So a real mix of uses. We think this will be a very compatible fit. Next is an illustrative sketch plan, and this was one of the criteria of this project, was to have a 20-acre site that is configured this way to allow the units and the circulation of parking and traffic and so forth, and access. So access would be on, the main access would be on West Market Street, which is helpful. In response to some neighborhood concerns, we added a condition that you saw at the end, that the only access along the side road, Kidd Road, would be for emergency vehicles only. That appeared to resolve the majority of the neighborhood concerns. And so you'll see the layout here for illustrative purposes. Next are an illustrative elevation rendering showing you the way the building would be designed. This is consistent with other facilities, similar facilities that Century Care owns and manages. And then lastly is a representation of the way the building materials and the architectural design would be constructed, and the way the building looks. So I wanted to show that to council for your consideration. We did have several neighborhood meetings here going all the way back to August of last year, and in the meantime have had a few other meetings with people that were active in the area who had some specific questions and concerns. I believe we have resolved all of those. I'm not aware of any opposition or concerns or questions at this point. So I'd be glad to answer any questions, and our engineer with Fleming Engineering is on the line and available for questions as well. And of course, principals with Century Care are here and available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. There's no one in opposition to this rezoning at this point in the annexation. So I'm sorry for the, well, there's really no need to close it, but we'll move ahead. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. If everyone would please vote. Mayor Vaughn? Can she hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I get confirmation? Was that motion to close the public hearing or to move the
No,
item?
that was to move the first item.
Okay.
And that was Mr. Holston and Dr. Wells. And the mayor was a yes as well. And that passes 9-0. And I will need a motion on H2, which will need statement of consistency. Moved by Tammy Thurm. Do I hear a second? Second by Mr. Holston. Please vote.
Is it up on your screen?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 9206 West Market Street and a portion of 118 Kidd Road from County RS 40, County LB, and County AG to City CDO to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city CDO zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approvals in the public interest.
Thank you. Did everyone vote?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item H3, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 2527 Nelson Farm Road and 3824 East Lee Street. And item H4, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 2527 Nelson Farm Road and 3824 East Lee Street. Fox Rothschild and Four Star USA Real Estate Group Incorporated on behalf of Matthew and Jeremy Causey. These items were continued from the January 21st, 2025 meeting without further advertising. Yes, Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, thank you. Again, the request is for annexation into the city's jurisdiction and to establish original city zoning from the current county AG agricultural to city CDRMA conditional district residential multifamily. North of this request is currently zoned county AG and county RS20 residential single family. East of the request is zoned county AG and city PUD plan unit development. South of the request is zoned county AG and city R3. West of the request is zoned county AG. The subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North, east, and west of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land, and south of the request is both undeveloped land and Interstate 85. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. There is one condition associated with this request. We'll note that the applicant has added a cap on the total number of units for the property, so I'll need council to accept that amended condition.
Aye.
Thank you. In recommending approval of this request, staff notes that this request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. Proposed CDRM8 zoning district as conditioned does allow uses that are deemed to be compatible with existing uses in the surrounding area, and again, staff is recommending approval of the request. These items were heard at the December 16th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and the commission did recommend approval of both items. There were 2 speakers in favor and none in opposition at that meeting. I can answer any questions.
Mrs. Hightower?
I think I'm good. We addressed the historic house that was on there. We had another couple meetings, as you know, so I don't know if they're in your record or not.
Yeah, and I believe the applicant speak more to that, but it is our understanding that that house, while it had some age, was not actually an historic house that was on the property itself.
Correct.
Yes.
So you have the applicant here.
Yes.
I'd like to.
Yep, there she is. So
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to her.
Yes. Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I'm Ladidra Matthews, an attorney with Fox Rothschild's Charlotte office. My address is 101 South Tryon Street. I got a little bit of belly, so I'm reaching over to get the mic. I'm here on behalf of the developer, 4-Star. We are also joined, I don't know if that's going to make it better or worse. Maybe better. Thank you. We're joined today by several members of 4-Star. We are also joined by Dion Brown of Davenport Engineering, who conducted the traffic impact analysis, as well as Tyler Wilson with BGE, our site plan engineer. They're all available to answer any questions that you have after a brief presentation. So I'll try not to be redundant of Mr. Kirkman's report. The site is within the city's designated growth tier 1, where the city has determined that it is able to provide all city services, including water and sewer service. The site has also been individually assessed during TRC review and staff review, both of which have recommended approval of the annexation and rezoning. And it also received a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Here's an aerial of the site. It's highlighted in yellow. Again, it's about 33 acres between East Lee Street and Nelson Farm Road. And this is a more zoomed out aerial, just showing the recent development in the area and the subdivisions, the development trend, whereas this area used to be more rural with bigger lots. It has been changing over time to meet the needs of residential needs. I'm sorry. This is our site plan that was submitted with the application. You heard a condition limiting unit count to 180, but this site plan shows 172 units consisting of 98 townhomes and 74 single-family houses, and that's approximately 5.3 dwelling units per acre, which is comparable to residential density in the surrounding area. The townhomes are shown here in orange, located towards the rear of the property, and you'll see the single-family lots are shown in yellow. There's an internal road system proposed with 2 access points, one on East Lee Street and the other on Nelson Farm Road. And then you can see the approximate location of stormwater detention ponds that's shown, and the blue kind of puddles. There are 3, 2 towards the south of the area where the townhomes are located, and then 1 in the single-family home area. So traffic impact analysis was required for this site and incorporated all developments that were approved in this area, even if they have not already been built. The study is based on expected traffic 1 year after full build-out, which is 2029. And what that traffic impact analysis showed us is that the largest impact is expected to be at the intersection of Nelson Farm Road and East Lee Street. But even there, the delay is only an added 3.5 seconds in the AM peak, 2.9 delay in the PM peak. All other intersections were even less, and all intersections will operate at a level of service of A or B. The study suggested one improvement, a right turn lane with 75-foot storage at the access point on East Lee Street, and that's probably better to see here, the blue 4 that you see here. That is the access point on East Lee Street, and so that is where the one improvement was recommended. Again, that's a 75-foot storage right turn lane. Now, there were questions about whether the traffic impact analysis considered school traffic. There is an elementary school, Simpkins Elementary, to the northwest of the site, and I did some research and found that the study was delayed in order to account for school traffic. The AM peak hours are 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. During the beginning of school. So school traffic was accounted for in the analysis. And also, Dion Brown, again, is here to answer any specific questions about traffic, but and looking at the analysis and speaking with our engineers, most of the nearby neighborhoods have internal street access to the school, so they avoid this East Lee Street area and the kind of frontage of the site getting to and from the school. Councilmember Hightower, you had questions about the old home that was on the site. This is a two-story house built in 1890s, or in 1890. It's not identified as a historical resource in the State Historic Preservation Office or the National Register of Historic Places. It's also not a local landmark. Mr. Mike Causey spoke at the January 21st meeting expressing some potential concerns about a historic home. You'll hear a little bit later about a second neighborhood meeting we had, but there he acknowledged that the home that he was speaking of or referencing is close to the site but not on the site. So there was just a little bit of confusion and maybe miscommunication there, but this site itself is not designated a historic landmark. And then these are just a couple more pictures of the home, so you see the current status of it. But the current site plan is built around the home. So in terms of community engagement, there was a significant community outreach efforts made here. They consisted of the detailed 7-page neighborhood letter that went out November 21st. An in-person neighborhood meeting was held December 3rd. A handful of neighbors attended, generally out of curiosity and not opposition. We did have 2 adjacent property owners who had specific questions that were related to their properties. They requested additional buffers between their properties and the development, access to the proposed private road connecting to East Lee Street, and they also requested the ability to connect to the development's water and septic lines, all of which 4-Star agreed to. There were also several calls and emails leading up to the planning and zoning hearing. As you know, Mr. Mike Causey again reached out to planning prior to the January 21st meeting requesting a continuance. We tried to reach out to Mr. Causey personally before and after that meeting about 4 times. He never returned the calls or reached back out. He did, however, attend our second neighborhood meeting, which was held February 6th, and that was a virtual meeting where we discussed his main concerns, which were traffic and the home that we just talked about. We asked him for specific conditions or other specific concerns or ways to make the development better and more palatable for him or the neighbors that he purportedly represented. He didn't have any thoughts during the call, and we haven't heard from him since. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and ask that you approve the annexation and rezoning. Again, myself and the team are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Ms. Matthews?
Yeah, just clear that up again for me, unless somebody else has a question. Also, let me say this. You did have a couple extra meetings. Mr. Causey did attend. Mr. Causey is currently in Duke Hospital. He had to have emergency heart surgery, so that's why he has not followed back up as he stated, unfortunately. So he's not available. And I hope we can address the concerns that he did have. One of them was the house, and you did address that. I think one of the main ones was the traffic and the density of the units. I know you've limited now to 180 homes and townhomes total. So I think that may have addressed some of his concern. But the traffic that someone else had addressed, the school traffic, how that's going to impact. So we're creating a right turn lane. Just want to be clear on that, correct, into the site?
A right turn lane onto East Lee Street, which is the school is located further down to the west on East Lee Street. There is a right turn lane with a 75-foot storage proposed as an improvement.
All right. Did you finish, Ms.?
That's all for now.
And I will just say, I want to clarify, I'm very sorry to hear about Mr. Causey. Those 4 calls came before and the day of our neighborhood meeting, and to my understanding, he was not yet hospitalized at that time. So all of the calls and the outreach occurred, as far as I understand, prior to his health complications, which we're very sorry to hear about.
Right, that is true, but nevertheless, he would have followed up anyway, so that's where he is today. Because I think that was the conversation he had with you on the phone, when we were on the phone, because none of us were able to actually get on the WebEx that you set up, because it wasn't your normal Zoom type communication. It was WebEx or whatever it was, a little different. I just wanted to be clear about that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Hightower. You have any more questions for me?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
So does anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on H3. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
All right, please vote.
Councilmember Hightower?
It hasn't come up yet. And that passes 8-1, one no vote. Thank you. Now I need a motion on item H4, and that does need the statement of consistency. Moved by Mr. Holston. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Dr. Wells.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties of 2527 Nelson Farm Road and 3824 East Lee Street from County AG Agricultural to City CDRM 8 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built format and future land use map. The proposed City CDRM 8 zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Waiting on one. And that passes 8-1, one no vote. Thank you. Moving on to item number H5, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 4410 and 4428 Burlington Road and a portion of Burlington Road R right-of-way, 9.6 acres, Miguel Albert Guerra and the City of Greensboro. And item H6, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4410 Burlington Road, Miguel Alberto Guerra. And item H7, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4428 Burlington Road and a portion of the Burlington Road right-of-way, City of Greensboro. Mr. Kirkman?
Thank you. The items before City Council this evening, you'll actually have 3 total items. One is the annexation of all of these properties into the city's jurisdiction, and then there are 2 different original zoning requests. The property at 4410 is the property that is being asked to be annexed in for future development purposes, but because there's intervening public spaces between that property and the corporate limits of the City of Greensboro, the remaining right-of-way and the other property that's noted would come in and has to have a separate zoning on that. So that's why the map is what it is. In terms of zoning that are surrounding these properties, excuse me, north of the request is currently zoned City CDCH, Conditional District Commercial High. East of the request is currently zoned City R3. South of the request is County AG Agricultural, County HB Highway Business, and County RS30 Residential Single Family. And west of the request are zoned County LI Light Industrial and City CDLI Light Industrial. The subject properties currently contain a single-family dwelling, electric transmission lines, and undeveloped land. North of the request is a convenience store with fuel pumps and undeveloped land. East of the request is I-840. South of the request is a railroad, a plant nursery, and undeveloped land. West request is a vacant industrial building and a truck stop. Excuse me. The properties are currently designated as both commercial and industrial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, and as a combination of urban general and industrial, as well as in a neighborhood activity center on the future built form map. There is one condition associated with item H6, which is seen on your screen. In recommending approval of these requests, staff notes that they support the comprehensive plan's growing economic competitiveness, big idea to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed, and the prioritizing sustainability goal to build economic resilience and expand the local economy's ability to withstand and adjust to disruptions and changes at the regional, national, and global scales. Proposed CD, LI, and LI districts permit uses that are compatible with those present on adjacent tracks and are also deemed to be appropriate given their location along a major thoroughfare near a highway interchange. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard these items at their January 13th meeting and did recommend both items. There were no speakers on that item at that evening. I can answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. Are there any questions? Mayor Vaughn, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Okay, is the applicant here to speak about the reason for the request? Angie, is the applicant here?
We do not have anyone signed up to speak to this item.
I have on my sheet that Mr. Miguel Alba is here.
Oh, I'm sorry, that must be someone that came in. I'm not sure.
Yes, he's in the back. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Alba?
Miguel Alberto Guerra Alba.
We can't hear you. Yes.
Porque quiero anexarme a la ciudad para conseguir los servicios del drenaje y el agua.
I'm asking for the annexation to be able to access the water and sewer services, the city's water and sewer services.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Alba? No questions. Mrs. Hightower?
Hi, it's just one house. Is that what we're bringing in, just a house?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Just a house?
Voy a poner un pequeño edificio no más grande de 50 pies de alto. 100%.
He's planning to build a storage about 50 feet high.
A storage space to rent out?
Es para almacenar.
Va a ser para mí, para poner una compañía de granito ahí, o un showroom de granito.
For his business.
Oh,
Granite business.
for his,
Granite, the kitchen granite.
oh, okay.
Business.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Any more questions? Well, he was an applicant, so we haven't had anyone in opposition, so we're good on that. So I ask for a motion to adopt H5. Moved by Dr. Wells. Second. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We also need a motion for item H6, and that does require statement of consistency. Moved by Dr. Wells. Seconded by Mr. Holston. Dr. Wells?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its actions to approve the original zoning request for the property of 4410 Burlington Road from County RS30 residential single family and HB Highway Business to City CDLI conditional district light industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city CDLI zoning district, as conditioned, permits use that fits the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. I also need a motion on H7, and that also requires a statement of consistency.
I make a move.
To move the item. Ms. Pender is moving the item. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. And if you would please read the statement of consistency. Ms. Pender?
The Greensboro City Council believes that this action to approve the original zoning request for property at 4428 Burlington Road and a portion of Burlington Road right-of-way from County RS30 and HB to City LI to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plans, future built form map, and future land use map. The proposed city LI zoning district permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
All right, Council, please vote. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Thank you. Moving on to item H8, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 3718 Randleman Road, 1.13 acres, Silvestre Tienda Dominguez and Claudia Garcia Hernandez. And item H9, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 3718 Randleman Road, Silvestre Tienda Dominguez and Claudia Garcia Hernandez. Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, thank you. Again, the request is to annex this property into the city of Greensboro to access city services and to establish original city zoning from the current County RS40 residential single family to City R3 residential single family. North of the request is currently zoned County RS40. East and south of the request is County AG agricultural. South from the rest of the request is City R3 residential single family. The subject property currently contains a single family dwelling. North of this request is undeveloped land. East of this request is single family dwelling as well as undeveloped land. South and west of the request are single family dwellings and common elements with the residential subdivision. Property is currently designated as commercial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, and it's urban general on the future built form map. This is a straight zoning request, so there are no conditions associated with this. Staff is recommending approval of the request, noting that the comprehensive plans supports this request through its Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework goal to arrange our land uses to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. The proposed R3 district allows uses that are similar to existing uses in the surrounding area. These items were heard at the January 13th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The commission did recommend both of these items, and there were no speakers at that hearing. I could answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Mrs. Hightower?
So did I hear you say that it's designated commercial?
Yes, that's just part of the Randleman Road, the larger Randleman Road corridor. That's why it has that commercial designation on that. But this is an existing single-family residence, and so they're requesting to come in to get access to services for that house.
And just will stay residential?
Correct.
Not roll into something commercial?
No, it's going to be zoned single-family, so it'll remain single-family as the use.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Mayor Rhonda, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. All right, did the applicant wish to speak? There's no one speaking in opposition, but Mr. Silvestre?
Hi. Solo necesito tener agua de la ciudad porque tenemos agua de pozo, pero sale sucia en algunos días.
I'm here to request city water services because we have a dirty water.
That's good reason. Yes, thank you. Anything else?
And sewer as well.
Yes, certainly. Yes, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion for item H8.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
Council, please vote.
Dr. Wells?
Waiting on someone. And that carries 9-0. And item H9, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, and that does need a statement of consistency.
All right, let me find it.
It's on the
It's on
screen,
the
I
screen.
believe.
You know I can't read it.
Yep.
You already know I can't see that way over there.
Bear with us one moment.
Paper right here. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 3718 Randleman Road from County RS 40 Residential Single Family to City R3 Residential Single Family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan Future Built Form Map and Future Land Use Map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the content of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent property. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. Council, please vote. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well, Ms. Lord. My screen just went down. If someone could come check it.
Councilmember Matheny?
And the vote total is 9-0.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We're wait just one moment, see if my screen can come back up. I will go ahead, though. Moving on to item H10. Thank you. Item H10, public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning for 414 West Vandalia Road and 2940 Randleman Road. Patrick Theismann on behalf of Raul Robles of Robles Transport, LLC. Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, thank you. Again, the request this evening is to rezone property from R3 residential single family to CD RM18 conditional district residential multifamily. North of this request is currently zoned CD RM5 conditional district residential multifamily, as well as R3 residential single family. East of the request is zoned CDCH conditional district commercial high. South of the request is zoned R3 and R5, both residential single family. West of the request is zoned combination of R3 as well as CDRM5. The subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North and west of the request are single family and multifamily dwellings. East of the request is a shopping center, and south of the request are single family dwellings. The subject site is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, and is urban general on the future land use, future built format, and as well as adjacent to an urban mixed use corridor. There are 4 conditions that were offered as part of this request, as you can see on your screen. Staff notes again that this is designated as urban general on the future built form map and residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. Staff also notes this does lie within the Randleman Road Corridor Plan Phase 2, which recommends denser development be concentrated along the corridor. And again, this site is located directly adjacent to a district-scaled activity center. The proposed request does support the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework goal to range land uses for a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed CDRM18 district allows residential uses that offer an appropriate transition from the higher intensity commercial uses located along Randleman Road to the lower intensity residential uses located further away from the corridor. This item was heard at the January 13th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The Commission voted 6-3 to approve the request. There was 1 speaker in favor and 2 in opposition. The decision of the Commission was subsequently appealed within the required 10-day appeal window, and that's what brings it before City Council this evening. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Hearing none, I will go ahead and...
I do.
Mrs. Hightower,
Is
start.
the applicant here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he's going to present.
If he wants to speak. But I guess I need to talk to Mr. Kirkman, especially about the Randleman Road Corridor Plan. And maybe you can answer this for me. And this may not, well, I think I'm a little concerned about, it says the plan talks about density away from the corridor plan along the corridor. Is that what it's talking about?
So you want to get on there?
Because that was not something that I was very familiar with.
Yeah, I think
and
the
to be
plan,
honest,
the plan speaks to the higher intensity along Randleman Road with reinvestment on there. This is directly adjacent to the corridor.
But not for residential. It was more designed to be more
I'm gonna
commercial.
let Steve
That's at least was my
Sure.
intent.
Okay, I'm gonna
Stuff
let
that
Steve
got
speak
in
a
the
little
plan that I was a little surprised to hear that
Okay.
at a zoning meeting.
I'm going to turn it over to my boss.
So I'm reading from the goals, encourage new residential and commercial uses that are supportive and complementary of development and employment, focus density along the corridor, and direct non-single-family residential uses into activity centers east and west of the commercial corridor. So we don't have strict lines when we have the recommendations on land uses, because that would be zoning. We have general concepts, which we also use the comprehensive plan that also calls for greater density of residential around activity centers, which this is an activity center with the shopping center and the multifamily and single-family residential that's already there. So it's...
You call that shopping center an activity? It is an activity center. You're right about that. But it ain't the activity we want.
The activity centers are also about aspiration, what we hope for the land use to be, and you hope to encourage new development and investment to make it more community friendly and community of service development. So those are the pieces of the corridor plan and the comprehensive plan that support those policy guidelines that support the recommendation. Ultimately, the decision is up to the City Council, but that's where the guidelines come from.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I don't remember some of those guidelines, and I've read the plan, but to hear it being used for a zoning was very interesting.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Not really.
Okay. Thank you. And if the applicant would come forward, Mr. Theismann?
Good evening, Patrick Theismann with Beacon Management. I'd like to thank council for the opportunity to present this evening. Address is 408 Battleground Avenue in Greensboro. Beacon Management has a long history in Greensboro developing multifamily communities. Beacon was founded in 1979 by my father-in-law, George Carr, and we have over 45 years of development as well as management experience. We own or manage over 40 properties serving both families and seniors. Beacon Management will not only be the developer of this community, but will also be the managing agent. Property management is something that we take very seriously, as well as take great pride in the developmental quality of the communities we have developed and managed. Our plan calls for 72 units of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms in 2 buildings. There will be a community center that will include a resident computer center, multi-purpose room, and communal laundry facilities. The site amenities will include a playground, picnic shelter, and a gazebo. I'm very happy to say that we've been working on this development for some time now. We've had the pleasure of working with city staff and the neighbors throughout this process. The proposed community does have the support of the Randleman Road Community Association, as well as other neighbors that attended our meetings. I'd like to mention that as a result of the first meeting, the density was reduced from 84 to 72, which is just over 15 units an acre, down from 17.8 units an acre. Parking was also reduced as a result of the unit reduction. I did hold a TRC meeting with staff on February 7th, and they were very complimentary of the development and the placement of the buildings. There were no concerns or alterations required as a result of TRC. As noted by city staff, our proposed community is in direct correlation to both the GSO 2040 comp plan and the recently adopted Randleman Road Corridor Plan Phase 2. The proposed community directly addresses items identified in the Randleman Road Phase 2 plan. I'd like to highlight just a few of these. The Randleman Road Plan Phase 2 recommendations are organized under 4 areas: movement, modernization, safety, and well-being. While Vandalia Village ties to all of these, it specifically addresses the 4th goal area, well-being, by providing quality, attainable housing. It further aligns with the comp plan and the Randleman Road Plan by improving the mix of offerings on the corridor while still supporting local businesses. Our residents will be new patrons for current businesses and provide an impetus for incoming businesses. On page 29 of the Randleman Road Corridor Plan, it specifically calls for multifamily housing because, and I quote, "will add rooftops to help attract businesses and will provide a broader range of housing without negatively impacting the surrounding neighborhoods. Vandalia Village will bring those rooftops and be a value add to the community, just like the terrace at Rocky Knoll did, which is right next door." Also noted on page 37 of the Randleman Road Plan, new housing helps increase the range of choice and supply and adds additional appropriately scaled density with missing middle housing, mid-rise multifamily, and high-rise multifamily in activity centers, along with mixed-use corridors, of which this area is. Again, Vandalia Village is exactly what this plan calls for. I'd also like to point out, in regards to the maintenance, the several communities that Beacon Management owns and manages in this community and how well maintained they are. In regards to the GSO 2040 plan, Vandalia Village correlates to the plan as well in many ways. Specifically, and I quote on page 8 from the GSO 2040 plan, under key findings, housing affordability, there are not enough options for people at different income levels. This is the type of attainable housing Vandalia Village will provide. Attainable for nurses, teachers, first-year firefighters, police officers, county and city workers, sanitation workers, the very people that this city depends on for our services, yet they have no options in the city of Greensboro. These are the type of people that Vandalia Village seeks to serve. Further in the plan, on page 11, which cites the public input summary, housing concern was included in this summary. Quoting from the summary, in addressing housing concerns, residents expressed concern about housing affordability and maintenance. Specific suggestions range from increasing the availability of supportive services to fostering public-private partnerships that lower rental costs and bolster economic development opportunity. As noted in the GSO 2040 plan, housing is one of the 6 big ideas that the plan focuses on. Again, exactly what Vandalia Village will provide. Another example of Vandalia Village meeting the aspects of the GSO 2040 plan and taking directly from that plan, housing and neighborhood options. National housing preferences surveys and demographic trends point to a 20 to 35% gap between supply and demand for housing in walkable urban places during the next decade. Research by the National Association of Realtors and others indicate that baby boomers and millennials have very similar preferences regarding housing options and residential environments. Both groups strongly favor shorter commutes, walkable urban neighborhoods over auto-oriented suburbs, rental over ownership, small or no yard, I can support that, living in proximity to shops and services, living among people with a mix of incomes, living in areas with mix of residential options, and access to quality mass transit. Again, Vandalia Village checks every single one of these boxes. Sorry if I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but you can see where the tie is here. Again, quoting from the GSO 2040 plan, under housing affordability, neighborhoods and housing were central topics throughout the public engagement process. Greensboro residents desire more housing options in and near the downtown area and across the area of the city. A healthy city needs options for safe, affordable, consistent housing with code enforcement in properties in disrepair and convenient access to goods, services, and amenities. Many of these areas have suffered disinvestment, are located in downtown, but have the underlying building form to be highly marketable, despite the current lack of investment. Adding new, compatible housing to these locations may overcome developer reluctance to build by increasing property values and market interest. Vandalia Village is exactly the type of investment called for in this section of the 2040 plan. Additional rooftops will bring commercial investment, which aligns with Strategy 2 on page 46. Support the addition of a variety of housing types and price points in coordination with investment in historically underserved areas. Providing additional housing options will increase the likelihood that residents are able to stay in the neighborhoods they love and will provide greater opportunities to attract new investment. On page 70 of the GSO 2040 plan, it outlines the characteristics of downtown, which, and I quote, provide high-density housing in and near central business districts results in increased housing choices and supply. Again, exactly what Vandalia Village will supply. I think it's the easiest way to show how closely Vandalia Village responds to the 2040 plan, as well as my previous examples, is taking directly from page 74 of the plan. Quoting directly from page 74, in determining whether the proposed zoning is consistent with these designations, the Zoning Commission or City Council will use the following questions to frame the discussion. It states that it is not a checklist, but a set of questions to guide the determination of consistency with the comprehensive plan. If the answer to these questions, viewing these questions in relation to Vandalia Village, the answers are resoundingly positive. Just to name a few, is the proposed rezoning in an area within a neighborhood, corridor, or redevelopment plan? Yes. Does the proposed rezoning support uses anticipated within the comprehensive plan's future land use map? Yes. Is the site for the proposed zoning district in an activity center? Yes. Does the proposed change in zoning support one of the big ideas of the growing economic competitiveness? Yes, yes, and yes. Therefore, as you can see, the proposed community and rezoning is consistent with the GSO 2040 plan and the Randleman Road Corridor Plan. As it states in the 2040 plan, each rezoning decision will be evaluated with the policies, maps, vision, and big ideas of GSO 2040. This process will foster incremental change that develops Greensboro towards the vision set forth in the GSO 2040, such as increasing housing choices, creating great places and more mixed use, walkable development, and supporting neighborhood health. Vandalia Village checks every one of these boxes.
Mr. Theismann, there's only 5 minutes left, and there's a lot of speakers in support. Do you want to?
I'll wrap up. I apologize.
No problem. Just want to make sure you were aware.
Thank you. As I did note that we did hold a TRC meeting on February 7th. They were very complimentary of the layout, and there were no adjustments or edits that needed to be done as a result of that meeting. One item I'd like to note that was in media recently, there's a need for housing as noted in the front page of the News and Record from last Friday. That was cited the Bowen National Research and the goal of bringing 10,000 units. While 72 units is sort of a drop in the bucket for those 10,000, it's a step in the right direction. I would like to say that since I developed the Terrace at Rocky Knoll right next door in 2016, I field no more than 2 to 3 calls a day. People looking for housing, and we have a 2-year waiting list at the Terrace at Rocky Knoll, which attracted me to this site because of its location, its services, its mass transit, and it's right next door to one of my communities, which I'm very proud of. And I thank the council for this time, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Mr. Theismann, Mrs. Hightower?
Yeah, thank you for reading our plan.
Yes, ma'am.
But are you having one way in, or you got one way in, and you got 2 ways in to that? Because I know going to Rocky Knoll to the terrace.
There's one way in.
So it's just going to be one way?
It's just like Rocky Knoll. There's one entrance. Yes, ma'am.
Just one?
Yes, because it backs up to Rocky Knoll, and then there's residents on the backside.
Okay.
So there's no way to come in off of Rocky Knoll.
Okay, so it will be coming in only from Vandalia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you have to make any traffic improvements?
No, ma'am. Nothing was recommended by TRC, or a traffic impact study was not required.
Okay. I was just wondering, since you talk about owning both properties, I didn't know if you were connecting the two.
I would love to, but it's not possible.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Any more questions from Mr. Theismann from council?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Halston.
Regarding the fencing on the property, I know that there have been several conversations.
Yes, sir.
Where do you plan to place fencing?
I've conditioned a fence along the eastern border of the property. I know that came up at 2 of the neighborhood meetings that we had, and I added that condition at Zoning Commission.
And that eastern portion would be directly behind the activity center, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any fencing behind the properties that face Vandalia that are in between?
Those properties do have a fence on their backside of their property. I went and looked at it. However, I am not opposed to it. My primary goal will be to make sure, and where I want to focus the financial obligation that I have for it, is to make sure that the site is prepared correctly. If I'm able to do additional fencing, I would absolutely consider it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for now.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right. We will move on.
Real quick question with the fencing.
Yes.
Are you going to do privacy, or is it just, have you decided? Or
7 foot, which is the limit.
So it is 7?
7 feet, yeah. Okay. It's a residential limit. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll move into our public hearing then. We have several in favor. If those would be first, I have several on Zoom, and we have 1 person in opposition. Let's see, I've got John Kelly. Is he on Zoom? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, and if you would turn on your video, please. Mr. Kelly? We will come back to him. He may have stepped away. I've got also on Zoom Kirsten Wynn. In favor? Ms. Wynn?
Yes.
Yes.
Speaking.
If you could turn on your video, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, and good evening, City Council members. Cast and Win, 616 Forest Brook Drive, board member of RRCA. I'm speaking tonight in support of agenda item H10 for an ordinance for rezoning for 414 West Vandalia Road and 2940 Randleman Road. I attended a neighborhood meeting regarding the proposed development, Vandalia Village, in January of 2025 at the Terrace Rocky Mount Road, and was impressed by the presentation of Mr. Patrick Eisman. From aesthetic looks of the units to property layout, addressing and taking community input into consideration regarding security and safety concerns, and also to who will our future's neighbors be. I believe that this development is in alignment with the city's initiative of affordable housing, which is much needed for residents. As the entire Randleman Road corridor project forges ahead with its much needed improvements and revitalization, the proposed Vandalia Village seems to be a positive addition to the facelift with new construction. It is time that we prepare, look to the future, and see the bigger picture in which projects and such can attract other investors or even philanthropists who would not want to miss out on opportunities of reshaping the future of the entire Randleman Road corridor.
Ms. Wynn, I don't want to interrupt you, but there's like 5 more speakers, and there's only 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Yes. So.
Randleman Road reminds me, in closing, like that movie, The Field of Dreams. If you will build it, they will come, and I'm positive about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Basnight, there's only 2 minutes and 35 seconds left, and I still have 4 speakers after you.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you turn on your video?
I will.
Thank you.
You see me?
Yes, hello.
Okay, I'm going to be real brief. My name is James Basnight. I'm the director of the Randleman Road Community Association, and we consist of 5 community watch groups of about 40 people off Randleman Road. And I'm going to be real brief and let you know that we look forward to welcoming those 72 housing units to our area. We feel these quality housing in our community will help our income base to attract businesses to our area along Randleman Road. And we just, hallelujah, happy that we are getting quality, needed housing in Greensboro. And I'm going to leave it right there because I know you got to thank you, City Council, for hearing me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Basnight. Let's see. Next would be Ms. Black. Okay, my sheet says in favor, so you just switched? Okay, all right. So I will go back and see if Mr. John Kelly is on Zoom. Mr. Kelly? Okay, he's there, but we're not getting hold of him. So at the 5-minute rebuttal, we could ask him to come in. Mr. Kelly, are you there? Can't get a hold of him. Okay, we will move to the opposition then. We have 2 in opposition. You will have 15 minutes, and then we will have the rebuttals. Ms. Black?
Crystal Black, 1120 Highstone Drive. Although this will be more than 1,000 affordable housing units within a mile radius on Randleman Road or off Randleman Road, we understand that the consideration for quality of life and the health and vitality of communities is not a priority of the City of Greensboro Zoning Department. After expressing our deep concerns with Mr. Theismann, he also agreed that the quality housing should not be near drug-infested businesses or bars, or as the zoning department called it, activity centers. In our conversation, he agreed to team with us and have conversations with the surrounding business owners to clean up the environment that is in the area in which he is looking to develop. However, that was not what was presented today. So we have changed our vote to opposing this because it is not in the best interest of the people who will move in that area. To say that it is moving next to activity center is just not what it is. It's a plasma center and a bar. There's a gambling business there, and then there's a sex toy business there. Those are the activities that the current clients that Mr. Theismann will be attracting will have access to. It's a Dollar Tree. They'll have a Dollar Tree. We looked forward to the partnership with Mr. Theismann, and we hope that the city would have joined us to do its part on holding commercial property owners accountable by providing quality housing around areas that commercial properties can be viable in. That's not what this is. Because of his lack of assurance, I have changed our support of this project because the conversation again was that he would team up with the community to try to get this particular shopping center to clean up where you're asking people to have viable homes. So we look forward to the city addressing health disparities. We believe that people deserve more than being stuck on vacant lots. That seems to be the trend of affordable housing. Throwing up apartments that you can hear people using the restroom next door is just not quality housing. And that seems to be what we're doing, and we wonder why there's a crescent of health disparities that stretches from northeast Greensboro to southeast Greensboro. And this is why. Poor development creates the poor health disparities. Thank you.
Ms. McIver? I'm sorry.
Thank you. We were here originally to support, but my mind has changed because anyone can get up here and cite anything out of your 2040 plan and it could be approved. It just is going to fit. It's so broad, it's just going to fit. However, a neighborhood and the people that are speaking for that don't live on our side of Randomer Road, they live on the other side of Randomer Road that are present and speaking for, don't live in our community, right? They are Randomer Road Corridor Association, do not live on our side of Randomer Road. From our understanding, the Randomer Road Corridor density was really to speak towards the dilapidated commercial centers and being able to remodel those into mixed use. That was the density, not everything surrounding Randomer Road. As Ms. Black has already stated, we have had approved over the last few years 1,000 affordable housing units in our area, not including what has already existed. So, city manager, council, on your road to 10,000, I ask that you be very mindful in the zoning, in your approving of zoning, what already exists in certain areas. Right now, because zoning is land use only, right, they don't consider any other factors that I believe the state says can be considered, such as watershed, right? We are very developer friendly. I ask that you make sure that you consider what is already there. Do we have mixed use? I don't know. It looks like we only have CDRM 18s. When are we going to get the mixed use? Anything can fit into that plan. How are you guys going to ensure that when you say for the road to 10,000, diverse housing fits into every area? How are you going to make sure of that? Because right now it feels like a rubber stamp. Anything that comes forward, meets it, rubber stamp it, go, send it to city council, appeal with your own money, which is what we did. We appealed this with our own funds and see what happens. That's what this feels like. Now, with that being said, I just want to also note that developers are already using the road to 10,000. You heard it tonight. It was also used last night in the zoning meeting. So here again, You have a broad statement made that developers are throwing around to the zoning commission to say, this is why you have to approve me, because this is what the city said. So I advise, one, that we fix the Random Road corridor plan to say what it should mean. If the density is for the commercial properties that are dilapidated, that can have mixed use, right? Commercial at the bottom, apartments at the top. Please note that, because here again, it's a developer saying, well, this is what you said. Go to page 6, go to page 7. So I ask that you keep us in mind, that you think about us, and you do what's right for our community. We fight all the time. We don't always win. We accept those things. And the Beacon property that he's mentioning, Terrace, it's a 55 and older community. It's not just a standard affordable housing, which is okay. It's fine. It's clean. It works. So as you guys make your decision today, we know this may not be one that we win, but as we move forward, I want you guys to understand that we can't take them all. You have your RFP on your website, the development for bids for those that have already presented for low-income tax housing credits. I see your RFP out there. Just understand, we can't take it all. We have our fair share. So figure out how you can guide your zoning commission. Figure out how you can handle your road to 10,000 to ensure that you take into consideration things that are already there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Theismann, your 5-minute rebuttal, please. And I'll try to pick up the ones who didn't get to speak. Mr. Kelly, for instance, and then if anyone else would like to. So.
I did enjoy my Zoom call with Cheryl and Crystal. I would very much enjoy working with them to help clean up the shopping center, but I can't do that unless I have an investment in the area other than Rocky Knoll, which I do have, and I'm hopeful for Vandalia Village as well. I would like to clarify that the Terrace at Rocky Knoll is a family community. That's why we have a playground there. It is not a 55 and older senior community. It is a family community. There is no age restriction at the Terrace at Rocky Knoll. I would very much like to help in any way that I can to clean up the shopping center, to do the things that the community needs to do. And my part is developing Vandalia Village because I believe it will bring the businesses that the area wants and needs. I do take offense to the comment that my residents will patronize the certain establishments there. My residents are hardworking individuals that want to have a comfortable, efficient, safe place to live, and that's what we provide. I would put my properties up against any market rate community in regard to quality, of not only the developmental quality, but of the tenant quality. We have a stringent background program that we run on all of our residents. We vet them from a credit and criminal standpoint to make sure that they reach our expectations. So I take a lot of offense because I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm very proud of what I do and the people that I provide housing for. They're the same people that I noted in my presentation: teachers, nurses, police officers, firemen. If you want to say that those people are going to patronize those
Mr.
establishments,
Theismann,
I say that it's absolutely a dereliction of their duty, because that is not correct. And I take serious offense to it, and I stand up for all of my residents when I say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to go back to see if Mr. John Kelly was on Zoom, to give him a moment. And then, Ms. Nguyen, if you would like to complete your thoughts. We've got almost 3 minutes. Mr. Kelly?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm being advised that he's no longer with us.
Okay. So he has gone off of Zoom. So, Ms. Nguyen, is she still there?
Yes.
Yes,
I am.
if you'd like to finish your comments.
Hold on.
You've got almost 3 minutes. And Mr. Bass Knight, if she doesn't use all
I'm
the
not repeating it.
I'm sorry?
What I was trying to say in closing, that it's time that we prepare and look to the future, because my take on this is you have to start somewhere. And I would like to believe that this development, as I looked at the Naki Row development, that I would like to believe that this is something positive, not just from aesthetics of facelift, but the residents, because once you have the residents, then other investors, I think they're more inclined to invest and see the vacancies of different businesses or businesses that need to be remodeled or even tore down. Again, it's like that saying in the field of dreams, you have to start building somewhere. And it's not that people who oppose certain things, I know they have concerns. I think we all do have concerns. But at this point in time, living in this area for 30 plus years, I just want to see the bright light and the movement. I don't want to be almost 80 years of age in 2040 and we're still where we at because of the constant oppositions. Because if we keep looking at that, and again, I fully understand the oppositions, but we have to start somewhere. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Basnight, did you have any final words you'd like to say since we...
Just that we look forward to it, and hopefully it will increase our income base where we can get some quality business on Ranneman Road. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Theismann, you've got 1 minute left on your rebuttal.
I apologize for being very emphatic. I just know the type of quality that we build. I know the type of quality tenants we have. I felt that mentioning the article was actually quite poignant because I know that there is need of housing in Greensboro. I love Greensboro. It's my home. It's my daughter's home, my wife's home, and I love being here, and I want to provide the services that it needs, and housing is one of them. And I appreciate council's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And opposition, you've got 5 minutes.
I just wanted to clarify a few things. When I spoke of the activities that are being offered at the shopping center, that's just what's being offered. So when we talk about that in the GSO 2040 plan of activity centers, I want to be clear with you all as to what is acceptable with your zoning commission or your zoning department, and that is a shopping center that is a plasma center, a bar, a gambling that has been, I think the police GPD has broken it up twice. They've raided that gambling spot, and a sex toy business. There's an Aldi there, so they can get some food if that makes you all happy. But I don't think that we can prize that as the best place for people to live beside. People deserve affordable housing in quality spaces. They do not have to be stuck anywhere just to satisfy a 10,000 number. And that seems to be what is happening. Now, the reason why we opposed it is because we did have a good conversation with Mr. Theismann. This is a new Mr. Theismann. This is the developer that you all have created because they know they can come to the table and do and say what they want to say without hearing the voice of the people. So you've created this monster that came to speak to you, that thinks he can turn around and speak directly to the residents any way that they want to. It's not a quality build. The reason why we had concerns was water. This is where this all started. There are blue line streams that run through this area. The only thing we were asking was for a TRC, the TRC committee to look, to make sure that the drainage was sufficient. That's all this started out about water. We can bring up some more issues about water, but I'll save those for the next council meeting. But this was about water. Now, I can say that your TRC committee guaranteed that we would have a report from his February 7th meeting. We would have it by the 10th to review before this meeting. That has not happened. We never got a report. The only reason he submitted it was because of our appeal. We never got the report from TRC. So he's saying they said everything was good, but we never got it. We never got to see it. And that was the reason why we paid for the appeal, is because this land has water running through it, and we had concerns about where that water was running, because everything in southeast Greensboro is flooded. It's flooded. It's the reason we have the brown water.
So, yes, Mrs. Hoffman?
Ms. Black, I have a question. Where do you live in proximity to this development?
I live less than a mile.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
No, I was just wondering.
I can tell you
you're
that
speaking
the
as a.
speakers,
I just didn't know if you were speaking
well,
as a nearby resident.
I have a blue line stream. Ryan Creek is in the back of my house. So I know the pattern and the way that water runs in southeast Greensboro. I know that when you say greenways and waterways, those branch open, and we know that across the city. There's flooding in Latham Park. You know, there's flooding all around that are connected to these greenways. This water is part of the flood of the greenway. All we were asking was, how is this going to flow? Those were the questions that we initially asked, and we wanted it to go through TRC so that we can make sure that the water pattern was being addressed. That was it.
Mrs. Hightower, did you have,
I think Ms. McKeever wanted to finish. No, I'll let you finish. I'm asked staff a question.
I'm less than a tenth of a mile from it. I'm right down the street, stoplight. Again, we did have a great conversation with Mr. Theismann. His property that he has, that it's one story, the Rocky Knoll Terrace, it's a nice property. We had a good conversation. This started over water. The opposition comes because I need city council and I need the city manager's office to hear that every developer can come to this platform and pull pieces out of your 2040 plan, out of your road to 10,000, and make it fit. It's just like the Bible. Sinners can try and find a verse out of the Bible and make it fit what they're doing. And I'm not calling him a sinner. I'm just giving you an example. Okay? I'm not calling him a sinner. Let's be clear. I'm just giving you an example that people can make things fit where they need to. And so I'm just asking that you guys be mindful of things that begin to come across, especially now that we have this incentive or this, named road to 10,000. We've always needed housing. It's always been an initiative. It just has a name now. So that's what the opposition is really about. Do I think Mr. Theismann will take care of his property? I do. I have a problem with the lot. It's a blue line stream. There's two separate creeks that run with the blue line stream. It's less than 5 acres. We needed TRC. We wanted TRC. And again, this is just a mindful to the city to please just understand the language that you have in some of your plans and the ambiguity that it can cause.
any other questions? You have 17 seconds left if you'd like to say anything.
I would like to say, if you really want to address affordable housing, you should address the poor housing that you have that exists already in the city. Start with that, and I bet that you could make a lot of residents happy.
Anyone else?
So can I ask staff, I think I heard him say he went to TRC. So did you all address some of the water concern or anything? Did you see anything in this proposal that would impact any water? I know there's a couple ponds.
So this was a sketch plan, which, just a reminder to council, this is not a full site plan. This is kind of brainstorming, higher level, and the comment did come for further evaluation, which actually Mr. Theismann had already spoken to Water Resources about doing. So again, that would happen in the more when they submit the official plans with the more complete engineering drawings, et cetera, for site plan review. So they're aware that they have to evaluate. I think I'm looking at Chris. Was it a drainage channel? there's a drainage channel that was identified that has to be evaluated and then figure out how the proposal has to come back from the developer of how that gets mitigated and acceptable to under our standards. So again, just a reminder of what the process is. One, the sketch plan is to get the higher level conversation. What are the big issues that need to be addressed? The more detailed information comes in when they put the official site plan in for review, which is the more technical drawings, the more detailed technical drawings.
But you did identify a drainage concern.
It is a concern that must be addressed. It doesn't say this is not a rejection. This is, when you get those kind of concerns, this is what your engineers need to bring back to us.
But you have no way of knowing how it would impact the project as far as the development, as far as water running to it or anything like that. I mean, it's not in danger. I guess I'm asking, have you done anything preliminary, like looking at how it would impact the development?
They will look at how it impacts the development. That is what the response, they take all the comments back from that sketch plan, and that's what they have to address when they submit it. And that's what you would know if something has to be moved, something has to be eliminated. Those, at this point, not just with this project or any other project that goes through this process, at this point in a rezoning, this is roughly a more, this is, I said, a higher level sketch. We cannot require site plans, fully official site plans prior to rezonings. That is not, I will defer to, I will not practice law without a license, thank you, but it is not permitted. So at this point, getting into the details of them is not what we would be able to do. We can only talk about the higher level comments and that they must be addressed. If they're not addressed, then they wouldn't get the permit for the project. That's where the detail comes in.
She does have 5 seconds left, and then I would need to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for that acknowledgement. Just really quick, comes to where things get rezoned, where you may not be able to do the project that you rezoned it for.
Thank you. Your time is up. I need a motion to close the public hearing. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. The public hearing is closed. Now, comments from council? Or would you prefer a motion? Sure. You have a question for
Sue.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Yes,
so
sir.
there was that sketch plan, and they found the drainage. Were there any other opportunities found?
Opportunities?
Any other, it's just a sketch plan, so it's not like it's binding. It's not a site plan. It's not a site review. Was anything else noted?
I am not aware. I think those were, I'm looking at Chris in our office. I believe that was the major one. There are standard comments that are made to remind the developer and their engineers that they need to produce whatever drawings or whatever.
Outside of the standard, just
no. That as far as I know, that is the looking at that, addressing that channel.
Thank you.
Any more comments, questions from council? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Matheny. Did you want to speak after that, Mrs. Hightower?
I mean, I definitely don't want to jump in front of you.
I have a question when everyone's finished.
I will tell you, there's having been at the zoning commission meeting last night and heard comments from one of the speakers, it baffles me that how last night they used the same comments to support a development that I don't think works, yet tonight it's completely opposite, and it doesn't work like that. I'm looking up addresses, I'm seeing where everybody lives, and one of the comments was they don't live on our side of Randeman Road. Well, neither one of the speakers live on the same side of Randeman Road, as this proposed development. And I'll tell you, I looked up, and I'm not disputing the shopping center. And I do agree, because you're trying to do some stuff at Randleman Road, and council wants to support you, in particular in Randleman Road with the initiatives. Having more, and I wrote this down, we say, if you see something, say something. The more eyes you have on poorly managed shopping centers, the better you're going to have the propensity to hold the management and owner of the shopping center accountable. And the owners of the shopping center actually live in Greensboro on Hobbs Road. And so I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I hope that Ms. Daskalaka is watching, because they need to do something with their shopping center. And I think by having a shopping center, having more eyes on that, the more accountable, and I've used that word a lot the last 2 years, the more accountable they should be on managing that shopping center. The affordable housing units. One of the speakers has gone on social media and asked me how many affordable housing units are in District 3, and what do I support. And so I've asked Ms. McCrae, and I asked a while back, how many affordable housing units are in each district? And I think folks would be surprised how many affordable housing units are in each district. I live in New Irving Park. It's not a secret. People know. It ain't hard to find out. If you draw a 3-mile radius from my house, there is a significant amount of affordable homes near my house that I chose to purchase, including Partnership Village, which is run by Greensboro Urban Ministry, which is arguably one of the lower affordable housing projects that we have to help people get the housing that they deserve. And so, I'm looking at that. The streams, ironically, there was a development that was proposed last night that has significant streams in the backyard. One of the speakers that was talking about the streams sure didn't mind that there were streams in the backyard of the proposed development last night. So that's a little bit different. The fact that, and I will call out Ms. Black because I want to pat her on the back. She's exactly right. Just because we say in our 2040 comprehensive plan that there are activity centers doesn't mean that it's a proper activity center. We can push to make changes. And I think, I would hope that more eyes, and if you had 72 dwelling units, maybe you have, 100 to 144 eyes, that we can make some positive change on those. Let me look at the rest of my little notes real quick. Because I'm just thinking about next month and a project that we'll have coming up. I'm going to be curious to find out when we talk about missing middle housing what the definition is. And so, Sue, if you can have, you or Mike can send that to us, I'd just be curious, because it's kind of like, what is affordable housing? What is workforce housing? What is different types of housing? It's like saying that somebody's unsheltered. It's a swat brush that doesn't cover all the different situations of what is affordable housing and workforce housing and so forth. Compatibility, I think one of the things on this one from a compatibility standpoint is the fact that the developer / property manager was complimented on the Rocky Knoll development by the speakers, and that this is directly adjacent, although the topography is off, but is directly adjacent to another one of their properties. That is the sheer definition of compatibility, in my opinion. And so, I think listening to the speakers for and against, in particular the ones against, I agree, to some degree on their comments about especially the activity center, and I don't think it's up to the developer to team up necessarily on, the shopping center, not activity center. I think it's also up to the city of Greensboro to work with the speakers in code compliance and otherwise in a better way, not only for this shopping center, but continue to press the entire Randleman Road area. So it was just interesting to see some of the arguments that were displayed last night that were used oppositely. We've got to be consistent, and that wasn't consistent.
Yeah.
So I'll be supporting this because it is compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. The compliments I heard were that the developer did Rocky Knoll, did a good job, manages it well. The comments that I heard about stream buffers, the comments that I heard about the shopping center, and otherwise had no reflection over the development. It had to do with the shopping center / activity center and other things. And so that I can't let that sway me. I'm going to support the compatibility with the Rocky Knoll adjacent and this project.
Thank you, and I do want to remind council that we can only vote on the land use. We cannot vote on anything else, the surrounding properties or anything like that. Those would be a totally different item. So that would be something for code compliance and those areas. So did anyone else? Yeah, and I understand.
So code compliance might need to see that activity center.
Yes. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to make some quick comments.
Sure.
I am going to support this project. Beacon Management has always been a responsible developer. They keep their properties. They invest in their properties. We can't hold him accountable for something that is beyond his control. I believe that this development will raise the area up immediately around it, that people will be willing to make additional investments in places like the shopping center because they see other investment coming in. Good investment breeds other good investment. We talk a lot about issues with developers and low-income housing, and we've never had any issues with Beacon.
No.
And I don't think we can hold them hostage to what's going on in the neighborhood. And quite frankly, I think we should thank them that they are willing to take the risk to put in another senior living facility. They see the benefits of Randleman Road. They see the future of Randleman Road, and I think we need to support them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Anyone else? Dr. Wells?
Of the Beacon properties in District 2 well managed, and they've been there for years. I have confidence in them. And I know we're talking about the road to 10,000, but I think about change. We've been talking about the things that we want to see 2040. Well, we are never going to get any change to 2040 if we don't make some changes at 25 and 26 and 27 go on. So I think some changes, it takes a paradigm shift in our own thinking and the way things are. But in our East Greensboro, there are a lot of things that need to be changed and for the better. And I just feel if we have something good, it may cause some of the bad things to change. So I support it.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoffman, and then Mrs. Hightower, and then Mr. Holston.
Again, I'm just going to reiterate very quickly. Mr. Carr has a long history of construction and management of very fine, affordable living communities. Like Mr. Matheny said, I have supported every affordable housing development that has come up in District 4 since I've been on council. we need housing throughout the city at all levels, at all price points. And so it's certainly I think this is a very notable project in this area, and I'm certainly going to support it. I appreciate Mr. Theismann thinking that he could probably help in terms of the shopping center or the activity center situation, but I don't know what. I mean, I appreciate his willingness to do that. I don't know what leverage he really has. I think that's maybe beyond his control, but if he can get involved in it, that would be terrific. But I think we have to deal with that in other ways. Again, I'm going to be supporting this this development this evening.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you. Let me say that I represent this area, and I understand the concerns that were brought up by those in opposition, and they're real things to them. They live there, they experience it, whether they live around the corner or down the street. It's still a corridor they go up and down frequently, and we've tried to work together to improve that, thus the Randleman Road Corridor Plan. And perhaps it's really not doing all that we want it to do. We have to continue to tweak it. But what I want to say is that we have got to improve the quality of things that come into our community. And we have to step up and do that by sometimes supporting something that oftentimes doesn't feel quite as good as it should. But I will say that in this instance, and I have to repeat some of my colleagues, but when I look at Beacon Management properties, they are always neat. There's one behind Sonic. You wouldn't even know it was there at all. Down Rankin Mill, there as well. And as someone who has gotten about 10 calls in the last 2 weeks of people needing a place to go and somewhere to stay that they can afford, we got to be able to offer some of that as well. And so I understand the stereotype around affordable housing. I think that's something that has really caused affordable housing to be looked at in such a negative light. But it is attainable housing that we really need to be focused on, even in the 10,000. They don't have to all be new. And I asked that last week at the city manager. I said, what about the houses that need to be rehabbed and repaired? Because people need to be living in them as well. And so we've got to think about sometime our brother. And what is our brother going to do? When I get a call from a mother who's got a couple kids and she has nowhere to go, she needs hotel assistance, I want to help her get into a place that creates stability for her and her children to be able to go to school regularly and get this education and just live a good quality of life. Now, has Mr. Theismann used some of the GSO 2040 plan and the Randleman Road plan in his presentation? Yes. But we have to make sure that when we put things in plans, we have a way to implement them and not do them in a hurry or just say things. When you say put housing around activity center, when I first said it is an activity center, but it's the activity we don't want. And I think that if eyes are on this, we are going to start. People want to hold people accountable, and that's what we need. It's not just see something, say something, but it's see something, do something. That's what needs to happen. Was working with code enforcement. Let's get our enforcement on these properties. Let's help clean this area up. Let's get good development so that we get good investment along Randleman Road. That is our goal, to have good investment, good businesses, good places to shop, safe places to go. Get Daskalakis to clean up that shopping center, clean up that parking lot. It's got great big holes in it. You shouldn't disrespect me by having holes in a parking lot that I drive in and tear my car up. Yes, we are talking about land use. Absolutely we are. But land use leads to other use. And we have to make sure that these zonings are responsible and respectful in the areas that they go in. They address the water, they address the safety as well. So it all does work into one. Yes, it is a focus of land use, but they all come together. You can't just simply say, well, it's just land, they can go there, but then it impacts the community. And so that's why we're very adamant about hearing from community. When we say to these developers, have these community meetings, meet the neighbors in this area, because they're the ones who live it and breathe it every day. And so what you put in a community should enhance a community and not take away and be a distraction. And so I understand the concerns that the opposition brought up. I don't discount what they say. They're valuable. That voice is important too, because sometimes an advocate is not always a cheerleader, but it's an advocate for what needs to happen, and I respect that. But I also want to say Mr. Theismann is here locally. He's someone we're going to be able to pick up the phone and say, hey, this isn't going right. Or he's going to ride by and see it's not going right. Okay? No, it may not be on him to talk to the shopping center. That's on us. And we need to own it, take responsibility, and do it to make sure these things stop being a nuisance in our community. We deserve better. And that's all we're trying to get at. So I'm going to support the project because there is a group of people that need housing in this particular range. It is missing middle, but it's also that mom who needs somewhere to go. She's the teacher's aide, or she's the CNA, and she needs somewhere to go. So that we offer people hope. But the main thing, we need to improve people's economics, because until people make more than $26,000 a year, they aren't going to have anywhere to go. And so maybe our conversation is different once we change people's socioeconomic status. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Holston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This is also a community that I live in, that I drive past at least twice a day. And I've had a lot of time to think about my vote on this matter. I looked at the property. I asked a question earlier regarding the fencing. I always think about those 5 or 6 houses that are fronting Vandalia that this flag lot will encourage, or will have the building behind it. Those 2 buildings, the 72 units, the parking, the lighting, and the lot. So that does concern me. The issue of the traffic, what's going to happen with the one access, one egress, one ingress onto that portion of Vandalia. I have family who lives near that portion of Vandalia, and I know how it is undulating, and you're coming from behind a building and you got a hill and cars coming over it. Those things are concerning to me. I also look, however, at the other positive attributes of what this property will bring. You know, we talked about the housing pieces, and that's a big piece. Also, I know that the developer has had the community meetings, has made some concessions regarding density from 84 down to 72, and also has a reputation in the community, a long-time reputation in the community, and is going to not only be the developer but also the manager of the property. This is a big investment, and we need more investment in our community. It isn't always going to be single family with acre lots. It's a lot of times going to be high density or higher density. I like the fact that there were community meetings, several of them, even a continuation from a meeting, so that there could be more conversation. And those are all good things. I'll say that echoing what you've already heard from other council members, I will be in support of this this case. But there's also something else that it may be somewhat off topic, but it's not necessarily off topic. When residents come and they oppose an item in this chamber, it's important for all parties, the applicant and the opposition, to maintain an appropriate decorum. And we talked about accountability. And so I'm going to say to Mr. Theismann, there were two incidents this evening. I had the opportunity to witness them both. And we're better than that. Regardless of what the opposition was, unless there was some other kind of thing going on, what I witnessed is not appropriate and should not have happened. And I hope that it doesn't happen again. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Yes, Mrs. Thurm.
Thank you. I'd like to start my comments with, yes, I will be supporting this development for all the reasons that my fellow council people have said. But I think this does bring up another issue that I think we could use some help with. And that is, we have all seen throughout our districts and throughout the city development that's allowed in a particular zoning, but how many vape shops and tobacco shops do we need in a 1-block radius? And how many other things similar to that do we need in a short radius? So as we're looking at our zoning requirements and how we approach things, I'd like to hear more about what, if any, options do we have in terms of regulating what kinds of businesses we're attracting. That's a whole new area that we haven't really talked about, I don't think, or not since I've been on council. But I think it's something that we could stand to examine and learn what our options are and learn how we can work with different developers, shopping center owners, activity center owners, whatever you want to call it, and see how we can head some of this off from a more proactive. It's one thing to react after there's a problem, but is there a way for us to be more proactive in this? And that's something that I would like to look at as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have just a few comments, and I am appreciative that Mr. Theismann did apologize. We all need to have a level of decorum in the room, and I do agree with that 100%. However, sometimes people's emotions get ahead of them, and we all need to try to keep that at a calm level. Everyone does. So I just wanted to say that I agree with everything that's been said up here about the beacon management, about Mr. Theismann. I did attend the second community meeting, and I do have to say, in that meeting, there was absolutely no opposition to this. They were welcoming it then, and I'm glad to see, although there have been some bumps in the road, I'm glad to see that it has come forth to be, according to council comments, going to move forward, because the community there was very appreciative and actually spent about 10 minutes complimenting beacon management and Mr. Theismann for the way that he presented it to them, the way he listened to them, the way he worked on getting the fencing. He also did actually contact the shopping center. There were so many things that he did that is exactly what we want to see when developers come forward. So I, too, will be supporting this. And I think that as we lift up this community, certainly I'm hoping that some amenities will be moving in the area that, our firefighters and our police officers and our nurses and people in those income ranges, want to see as well. And hopefully some really good things will come into the area. So I am also supporting this. So I now need a motion for item number H10.
Move the item.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Mrs. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
And I do need a statement of consistency. Read, please.
Thank you. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the properties at 414 West Vandalia Road and 2940 Randleman Road from R3 Residential Single Family 3 to CDRM 18 Conditional District Residential Multifamily 18 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future form-built map and future land use map. The proposed CDRM 18 zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. All right, council, please vote. And that carries 9-0. We are going to take a 10-minute break. If council,
I never did vote.
You didn't? It came up that you did.
Did it? I don't remember seeing
Yeah.
that. What I would like to say before we go on break, while we did approve this, my hope is that this development coming in will help to raise the bar.
That's what I was saying.
Raise the level of what we've been asking for years, which is why we did the Randleman Road Corridor Plan. We're working on the South Area Plan as well. These things are catalysts to the improvement of our community as well. And I hope this sends a strong message to developers that when you come in our community, you just can't bring us anything and think we're going to sit by and accept it. It is not. We want the better shops. We want the better eating places. We need the medical offices. And so we have to make sure we get that in our community. With me saying that, and Chuck has walked out the room, the city attorney, I want to make sure there is strong enforcement when it comes to these commercial properties. And if we need to strengthen our commercial ordinance on these, that's where we need to be headed.
Sure.
Because we hold the residential accountable, but we don't hold the commercial accountable. And that's what we need to be focused on, strengthening that commercial repair ordinance.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take about a 10-minute break.
Hello, I'm Greensboro Mayor Nancy Vaughn.
Hello, I'm Hot Point Mayor Cyril Jefferson, and together we're working to address gun safety in our communities.
More than 500 guns were stolen from homes or vehicles in Greensboro last year.
High Point recorded 75 stolen guns in 2023. As a result of these alarming numbers, we are promoting responsible gun ownership.
If you own a gun, keep it locked and unloaded. This can reduce the number of unnecessary injuries and deaths.
And if you know a gun owner, remind them to keep their firearms locked and unloaded.
Do your part to keep your firearms off the street by securely storing them, and encourage friends and family to do the same. Remember, secured guns save lives.
Professional basketball has a brand new home. The Greensboro Complex is now home to the Upshot League. Women's professional basketball is coming to Greensboro. So, Alex, what is the Upshot League?
Upshot League is an opportunity for women's athletes and basketball players specifically to
up their shot and to achieve their goals and get to the level they want to. When you look at the WNBA, there's only so many roster spots. This league is going to offer them an opportunity to continue playing, develop their game, and hopefully get to the next level. We'll start assembling staffs and a coaching staff. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of recruiting, and I'm sure there'll be some tryouts as well. As we mentioned, there's only going to be 11 players on each of the 4 teams. Obviously, we hope to grow the league a little bit, but it'll be 11 spots, so that's going to make it really competitive. And you could expect to see maybe players that didn't quite make it in the WNBA, maybe were released, and maybe some graduating college seniors that want to keep their game going.
So some of the fun part is that you'll get to see some players that you already have come to know and love from college basketball, and some who may end up in the WNBA.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. I mean, you're going to see the future of the game, right? Future stars of the game potentially, and and that's it. I mean, it's very similar like with the hockey too. Those players are developing their craft to get to the next level, and that's what we're offering here on the women's side, especially with the fact that the women's sports, both on the basketball side and the hockey side, is booming right now, and that was the reason why we kind of got this project going, and also the passion of Donna Orender as well. She really spearheaded this thing.
Well, and we know how great it is to watch sporting events here in Greensboro, and you can be right up close to the action. What drew you to Greensboro?
When you're starting a team or anything, you have to have good support from the community and the city itself and the facilities, and we have all that here. We've already established that now with the Gargoyles, and so it was a no-brainer to offer this opportunity. The facilities here, it's a great sports town. Basketball is well-loved here, so I mean, it just made sense. It was a little slam dunk, right, to put it there, but it was an easy decision to offer it to the city, and they certainly didn't waste any time jumping on it.
Well, we are so glad to have you here. We can't wait to find out what the day will be.
Yeah, we can't wait either. Again, just get on that website and put in the names. They did a great job at the Gargoyles, so I'm expecting it to be really good here for this.
And games start in 2026, right?
Right, yeah, 2026, May of 2026, and there'll be 40 games, 20 home games. They'll be played right here.
All right, Scott, why women's professional basketball? Why did you want to hear?
Well, our community is growing. We've got business moving here. We have opportunity ahead of us. Obviously, announcing a hockey team meets one segment of the population, but there's a whole youth movement, a whole women's sports movement, a whole women's basketball movement that's going on globally, and we want to be a part of that. We've invested 25 years in the ACC women's basketball tournament. We've done single women's basketball games. We do AAU volleyball for ladies. We do basketball for ladies. This is our opportunity to sort of say, we do youth sports, we do college sports, and we want to do women's professional sports.
Love it. And what is great about this particular spot is you can get so close to these professional athletes.
I tell everybody that comes to events in the Novant Health Fieldhouse is that the fans absolutely love it. You are that close to a future NBA All-Star in those games, and you'll be that close to a future women's basketball professional. So the environment is exciting. The games are very cool in terms of the promotions and the giveaways, and they're going to do all that stuff. And the Zoyer Sports is our partner, and they're going to do it right.
Okay, we've been visiting you a lot recently here at the Greensboro Complex. Any hints on what more things to come?
I don't think I've got any secret sauce to give you. Our next focus is we're really going to focus in on more bigger concerts and how do we attract those to Greensboro. There's some interesting dynamics going on in our country with concerts, and whether it's the NBA cities get all the big ones and the smaller cities don't, and how can OVG help with that?
Something else sweet about this league, you can help to name the new team. Go to theupshotgreensboro.com and submit your choice for a great name for this new professional team. While you're there, you can also make a deposit for season tickets. It's time to play ball. There's a new name for hockey in Greensboro. Say hello to the Gargoyles. Andy, what do you think about the Gargoyles?
Oh, man, just over the moon. My inner gargoyle was ready to fly high all day. I had a hard time not saying it all day. I'm glad we made it to tonight, but special night. Huge thank you to the community for bringing that suggestion to us. I mean, this is Greensboro's team, and they have named it, and I thought they nailed it. I love it.
Yeah, so how did the name get to the team?
Yeah, so we had a couple thousand submissions from the community for various team names. And this was one of the leaders, and just instantly connected. So again, I thought it crushed it, and again, we're excited to to see those uniforms and name eventually our NHL affiliate and first player signing, mascot. We got a lot more celebrations to come. This is just the first.
There is a lot to come. I don't know of any other gargoyles in the whole country. Have you ever heard of a team with a gargoyle?
No, and you know what's funny? Because, like, we hadn't either. And, like, once it was established that this is what it was going to be, we're like, we can't believe that there's never been a team named the Gargoyles. Right. Like, so, like, kudos to Greensboro. Like, again, this is, I think it's going to be a legendary name for generations to come, and Greensboro did it, so.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's just talk about the season really quickly. When does it start? How many games? What can we look forward to?
For sure. So we'll start mid-October, 36 home games, 72 whole games, and, of course, the playoffs, please. So, again, we're committed to winning on and off the ice, so provided we win on the ice as expected, but playoffs would be April, May, hopefully June. That would mean you're in the finals.
And we know Greensboro is home to some record-breaking crowds for not only hockey, but lots of other events. What are your predictions for this new team?
Yeah, I'm willing to say we're going to be among the leaders, if not the leader in attendance in the league. And I already told my wife, we got to break the record by at least one. So if there's no more seats and she needs to sit on my lap or I sit on her lap, whatever we got to do, we're going to break that record with the Gargoyles.
All right, Keaton, so what do you think about the Gargoyles?
I think it's a nice team. I think that it was a good pick for the team name.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you like hockey?
Kinda. My dad plays hockey and my dad's brother.
All right, Ashley, what brought you here tonight?
Hockey, of course. I'm excited. It's easier to come here than it is Raleigh, and hockey's back in Greensboro. Let's go.
When did you first start to love hockey?
Probably when it was like the Mighty Ducks, like D2, like back in the day, like in the 90s, and then when the Canes first started playing in Greensboro, and then, you know, it just kind of, my love for sports kind of fell into place there as well.
All right, JJ, what is in a name?
Oh, man, you know, you're hoping that when you pick a name, right, you can grab the essence of the city and the type of team that you want to give to the fans, right? And so we kind of cheat, right? We ask Greensboro, we ask the fans, we ask the community, what do you want the team to be? And we're really excited about it. You could hear the buzz kind of growing before the name was even shown on the screen, right? You could feel the buzz just by the promo video, who we are. We're really excited about the Gargoyle name. The fans are too. We couldn't be more excited about this.
All right, tell me about your connection to hockey.
So, you know, as a kid growing up, one of my earliest memories was going to Phoenix Roadrunner games. They were the AHL affiliate of the LA Kings, and I didn't know much about hockey. I'm from Arizona, so it's desert and what is ice and that whole thing. But I've always been a huge sports fan, played everything, done everything. And then within the last couple of years, got connected here with Zoyer, minor league hockey in a number of different markets, some baseball, and we just keep growing. I love sports. My wife loves sports, our kids, and we've always just kind of said, hey, anything that we can do to be a part of, to bring more sports to the Carolinas, we want to be a part of it. Greensboro is a fantastic location.
And so when you saw this crowd here tonight, what did that do for you?
I was blown away. Like, I was sitting up there and I was like, I'm legitimately nervous right now. We've done a couple of these since I've kind of joined, and they've been smaller events. Maybe you're talking, but maybe it's just to media, and all of a sudden you look out here, and I don't know what the official number is, but the salesman in me wants to say there's thousands of people here, right? And there really is, and that's really, really cool. It makes you more excited, puts a little pressure on us. Like, we want to deliver not only great hockey, but we want to be a part of this community. We want to give back to the community. Just even my time with the Panthers in Charlotte, so much of pro sports is being connected with the community. And so a great opportunity for us to do that and hopefully give this city a winning hockey team and someone they can be very proud of.
And a winning experience for families, for sure.
Absolutely. My wife and I, we take our kids all the time in Charlotte. We're going to be coming up here to a bunch of games. It's fun. Hockey is probably the best sport to watch live. Like, I'm not supposed to say that because I play football, but like, it's fun, it's fast-paced, It's great for families. We're thrilled.
Rep the Gargoyles and get your season tickets now at gargoyleshockey.com.
The City of Greensboro takes pride in the host of reinvestment activity taking shape in East Greensboro. Equitable investment on the east side has been an ongoing effort to enhance the quality of life for our residents, students, and visitors. A hub of recreation is evidenced through the downtown Greenway, which touches all walks in different ways. Construction continues on the final mile of this one-of-a-kind 4-mile greenway. The western branch, winding from Smith Street to Spring Garden Street, is expected to be open in the summer of 2025. The walking and biking greenway connects at least a dozen neighborhoods, including Old Ashboro, South Side, Douglas Park, and the Dunleaf neighborhood, all on the east side. There are more than $600 million in planned and completed projects along the downtown greenway. This urban loop enhances quality of life with a variety of fitness classes, community walks, and an emphasis on public art, cementing Greensboro's reputation as a creative city. With the connections to the existing and planned trails in the city and the county, this loop is the center of the entire system and will one day connect us from all parts of the community and beyond. A future East Greensboro Greenway will connect the J. Douglas Gallion Depot in downtown to Barber Park. In collaboration with the city, NCDOT is developing a feasibility study for the route of the East Greensboro Greenway. The first phase of the Randleman Road corridor enhanced transportation services and encouraged additional reinvestment on the east side. The city will work with a consulting firm to assist with drafting a plan for the southeast area, which spans approximately 8 square miles. Recommendations based on significant public input will guide the future growth and development necessary to improve services and connectivity for a variety of established neighborhoods in the southeast area. The city is investing $3 million of American Rescue Plan funding to revitalize our oldest golf property with prominent ties to the civil rights movement. The Gillespie Golf Course Master Plan relies on the facility's historical and cultural relevance as a guide for future improvements. Additionally, we applaud the PGA Reach Foundation for awarding a $250,000 grant to commission a mural of the Greensboro Six. These courageous men integrated the Gillespie Golf Course in 1955. The city is taking a new approach to meet the needs of the East Greensboro community in a way that has never been done before. Greensboro Public Libraries and Parks and Recreation have set out to create a centralized community hub, the Windsor-Chavis NOCO Community Complex. Thanks to the advocacy of Congresswoman Kathy Manning, the city was awarded a $4.3 million grant from the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Program. This supports several much-needed improvements to NOCO Park, which aligns with plans for the $65 million Windsor-Chavis NOCO Community Complex. The community-approved design will integrate the existing Windsor Recreation Center, Vance Chavis Library, and NOCO Park. In collaboration with Guilford County, the 65,000 square foot facility will incorporate public health, social services, and cooperative extension. It won't be long before the shovels begin turning the dirt on the first phase of construction. These initiatives offer a mere glimpse of the metamorphosis of East Greensboro.
Could everyone get back to their seats, please? Welcome back, everyone. We're moving on to item H11, public hearing for an ordinance amending the Greensboro Land Development Ordinance for standards within the council. Item H11, public hearing for an ordinance amending the Greensboro Land Development Ordinance for standards within the PUD, which is Planned Unit Development Zoning District. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. My name is Chris Andrews. I am Land Development Division Manager within the Planning Department. It's my pleasure to be before you. We haven't had a ton of text amendments in my time here, so it's great to be back before you. Yes, I am here to present a text amendment in for the Land Development Ordinance related to PUDs. Plan Unit Development Districts, or PUDs, we'll save some time there throughout the rest of the speech. As stated in the city's Land Development Ordinance, they are intended to allow a diverse mixture of residential or non-residential uses and structures that function as cohesive and unified projects, and also encourage innovation by allowing flexibility in permitted use, design, and layout requirements. So as Planning Department staff has had discussions with city leaders, engineers, developers, land use attorneys, architects, and other design and development professionals as these applications have come in, there have been some common remarks about the desire for added flexibility within PUD districts. So some of the standards, including those related to permitted use standards, street design, and off-street parking ratios, have been identified as needing refinement to allow for a more tailored approach to the PUD process and PUD design, and to allow for better development that reflects the intention of the PUD district. PUD districts with greater design flexibility can facilitate the creation of great places that are interesting, attractive, and vibrant. So this text amendment tonight is really necessitated by two factors. First, these amendments allow the Plan Unit Development Districts to better support the strategic goal of providing an abundance of attainable housing, but are also supported by goals of GSO 2040, specifically the creating great places and becoming car optional. Second, the routine maintenance of a development ordinance is an important part of the administration of the city's development regulations. Some standards may need to be changed due to changes in state statutes or regulations. There may be standards that are difficult to impose or enforce, and also due to observed trends. So recently, applications for PUD districts have prompted planning staff to examine how the PUD districts might better allow for applicants to create more distinct developments. In summary, it is a fairly short amendment here, but in summary, the amendments would allow, first, PUDs to have additional use standards that better relate to specific principal or accessory uses that are proposed within a PUD. So, for example, this might allow a property owner to customize hours of operation. There might be certain percentages or units of measurement that are within use standards in the ordinance already, and so this would allow for some customization of those. The second item would be some allowing for alternate street designs within a PUD that are appropriate with the planned settings and land uses within that PUD. So in this, for this element, think about the layout of a road, a street profile or configuration. This might be bike lanes or curb sections. So if there's something that the city doesn't have an approved road section for already, the applicant can propose something else subject to staff's review, and that be approved as part of the PUD. And then the minimum off-street parking ratios to be established through the PUD's Unified Development Plan. So right now, within a PUD, the base requirement is that if you're going to have certain uses within that PUD, you have to meet the city's parking regulations. This would allow an applicant to submit alternatives. So it could be they propose no parking. It could be that they propose to have ratios that are half, or they say, let's pick another ratio or meet the city's requirements. So this just adds more flexibility based on the context of that proposal. As with any text amendment to the development ordinance, these amendments would apply to all PUD applications within the city, or really they would enable an applicant to take advantage of them. So this isn't applicable to only certain applications. And I want to clarify a few things too, that this is not retroactive for previously approved plan unit development. So if an existing property owner had an existing PUD and they wanted to take advantage of these this flexibility, they would have to come back before you and propose those changes. Second, if there aren't these three alternatives, if they don't want to take advantage of these, the base or the standards within the land development ordinance right now would apply to that property. And then third, there's no change in process here. All PUDs will come before City Council for final approval, so you will be the last ones to review those proposals. Staff is going to continue to review the PUD process along with other general amendments to the land development ordinance, so you should expect to see those hopefully in the near future. Staff supports the request and presented the request to the Planning and Zoning Commission at their January 13th, 2025 meeting, where they recommended approval on a vote of 9-0. And there's a statement of consistency and reasonableness that's included in the recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission, and I believe is in your packets. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions of council.
Are there any questions? No questions? I would entertain a motion. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. And it does require a statement of consistency, Mrs. Thurm.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the text amendment requested for the Planned Unit Development District technical amendments to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with allowing development that supports the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The text amendment better supports the Greensboro City Council strategic goal of providing an abundance of attainable housing and also supports the goals of GSO 2040, the city's comprehensive plan in creating great places and becoming car optional. The request is reasonable due to the fact that the proposed amendments would allow for applicants to create more distinct developments that have not previously been proposed in Greensboro, supporting the intent of the Planned Unit Development District.
Thank you. Council, please vote. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of an issue with my computer. It's fixed now. All right, great. So moving on to item H12, public hearing to amend the land development ordinance related to short-term rentals. Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, good evening again, members of City Council. I'll be very brief. I know we have a number of speakers on this. Just want to give a little bit of background on how we got to this point and some of the things that have been going on with our short-term rental regulations. So just as a reminder to the public, the City Council adopted regulations for short-term rentals in May 2023 with an effective date of April 1st, 2024. The regulations themselves created a clear definition of a short-term rental and actually had subcategories with homestay and whole house rentals, required a zoning permit from the city for that particular use, required there to be a local operator in close proximity if the property is not run by the owner themselves, and created separation standards between short-term rentals. The proposed ordinance change this evening is to remove the minimum 750-foot spacing requirement between new short-term rentals, which is measured property line to property line. If this change is approved by council this evening, all of the other provisions with the short-term rental regulations would remain. So you would still need to have a zoning permit to operate a short-term rental. That permit could be revoked if there are a certain number of violations within a 12-month period of time. You must have the local operator identified, and that would be somebody that's in Guilford County or one of the counties adjacent to Guilford County if this is not run by the owner. And there are also still limits about the number of people that can be in a short-term rental, as well as parking to limit the size and scale of the use. In terms of where we've gone since the ordinance became effective, the city has, as of today, has permitted 566 short-term rentals throughout the community. We did issue a number of zoning violations for rentals that were existing but did not have zoning permits. As you can see, many of those have been resolved. We just still have cases active on that. We did contract with a third-party vendor, Host Compliance, that has been helping us to identify new short-term rentals. And if there's a rental that is operating without a permit, then our enforcement staff is following up on those issues. I would note that when the ordinance was adopted back in 2023, at that time we were estimating there were around 750 existing short-term rentals in the community. That number, as we've been tracking it, has been steadily declining. So as you can see, we're probably around more like 625 to 630 right now in total. There was a complaint hotline that went effect in late August of 2024, which would allow folks to both call or email if there are concerns with that. Looking through the information from that hotline, most of those calls, or at least a majority of those, were general inquiries about how to get a permit or if a particular property had a permit. There were the numbers of calls related to that have actually been declining also over the last couple of months. That system is set up that if a call comes in, we are able to immediately contact whoever the listed operator is, and then they are asked to address those issues quickly. And in several cases, we know that has actually happened where issues have been resolved within an hour or so after those complaints were filed. Also, we have a GIS map viewer online now as well that will help people understand where permitted short-term rentals are in Greensboro. So that helps to answer that question about, is a property next to me or nearby, do they have a permit from the city or not? And that helps us with that discussion about potential enforcement issues. Highlighted our address below, greensboro-nc.gov/short-term rentals. This is where we have been maintaining updates for all of our things related to short-term rentals over the last couple of years. That includes a link to our map that shows short-term rentals, as you can see, throughout the community here in Greensboro. Also has a link for that complaint hotline. So I can answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. Before we do any council questions or comments, I would like the city attorney to kind of go into just a little bit of detail about why we're here for this change.
Correct. Well, we've had a couple of challenges to it. Our advice has been consistently that the 750-foot limit is probably not defensible. There's a case called Schroeder versus Wilmington, where the court found that their regulation pattern, which was significantly different than ours, but that included a distance restriction and which would amounted to a cap, turned it into a violation of a statute. The statute, it's 160A 424C, which was passed in 2017, states that local government, it precludes local governments from requiring owners, any owner or manager of rental property to register rental property with local government. So if we have a zoning permit structure, which we distinguish from registration. And so it's kind of a legal nicety as to whether or not this zoning permit amounts to a registration. If you add a distance requirement, we think that's going to put you over the line. We're not the only ones that think that. there are 4 other cities that have regulatory schemes that have stayed away from the category of being counted as registration. I guess there's 3 other cities. No, there's 4 other cities, right? And none of them have the distance restriction. And I think that's because they've been well advised and took that advice. We chose to go ahead and try to do it, but then have now realized that the challenge becomes fighting this. We would fight this in court, waste time, effort, and money, ultimately lose, and possibly have the entire program stricken. Our program, the zoning permits that we allow have, as Mr. Kirkman kind of listed, have a number of restrictions that are stronger, frankly, than other cities, including Raleigh. So I think it's in the city's best interest to back off of the distance requirement and allow the rest of the statute to stand, the rest of the ordinance to stand.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either Mr. Kirkman or Mr. City Attorney? Anyone? I'm looking at you. Mrs. Hightower.
So, Mrs. City Attorney, as one who pushed for the 750 distance requirement, in response to many neighborhood concerns, eliminating it now, what would that probably open us up to? So they can be pretty much anywhere. Any house can become a short-term rental. A whole block can now become a short-term rental.
That's theoretically possible. I would suggest to you that in the other 4 cities that have these restrictions that are typically not as strong as ours, that they haven't seen that happen.
So we're going to remove the permit piece as well, or
No.
are we just removing the distance?
Just the distance.
So
which means you still get to know who the owner is and who that it's being used for short-term rental, that it's the person who's sort of in charge of maintaining it is available, the parking and stuff, all of that is still there to kind of protect our communities.
So if a home is in a neighborhood that has an HOA, does that HOA kind of control some of
No,
that?
the HOA is not mentioned in the case, and that's a different kind of, the HOA is essentially a voluntary organization that people join, when they buy a property. So it's not a local government, and this statute goes to local governments.
So only local. So HOAs could still, in neighborhoods, because I've heard of HOAs that say we only have 10% rental or things of that nature.
I'm not really a HOA council, but I'm saying they're not a city.
But, okay. So if neighborhoods wanted to go and become a HOA for protection, sort of.
A community could do that, yeah.
That could do that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? We do have 5 speakers, all in favor, and they are in the room. I have, if they could start coming to the podium, Deanna O'Connor, David Lefevre, Esther Graham, David Clifford Jr., and Grace Clifford Jr. And you have a total of 15 minutes.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? My name is Deanna O'Connor. I live at 2410 Cypress Street in the White Oak neighborhood near Revolution Mill. I'm in the process of building an ADU on my property. I'm here in support of amending the land development ordinance related to short-term rentals that would remove the requirement that there be a 750-foot separation between short-term rental properties. I believe the nature of this rule leads to an uneven distribution of economic opportunities. If a property owner is unlucky enough to live near an existing STR, they are arbitrarily, they are arbitrarily barred from using their property
for the same purpose, even if they meet all other legal and safety requirements. This gives some individuals a financial advantage simply due to geography rather than merit or compliance. In more densely populated urban areas, the rule effectively bans short-term rentals altogether, favoring suburban neighborhoods with more distance between properties. This creates inequities in how different communities can participate in the short-term rental market.
Thank you. Mr. Lefevre?
Hello, my name is David Lefevre, and I own a property on Lucy Lane in Greensboro, and I'm in favor of removing the 750-foot restriction. There are several. What I'd like to do is propose that the board take a look at what an alternative would be. We really like the restrictions on the number of people per bedroom and the cars per bedroom that you have. I think all that is reasonable and it's healthy for the environment and for the neighborhood. So we really like that. We feel like the alternative, I'm going to sort of use an extreme alternative, but if we weren't able to use the house that we own now as a short-term rental, it could be a lot worse. I could put 10 people in there. We could have 5 cars parked on the street, and they could, it would be much more on the infrastructure of the neighborhood or infrastructure of the plumbing, the sewer, and all that sort of thing, plus increased traffic and that sort of thing. So we really like what we have already. We think we can remove that restriction because you've already got, like you mentioned, HOAs can limit the number of or eliminate rentals in particular neighborhoods. But where it's allowed, on our property, we do the following things to make sure that we maintain the quality of housing that's in the neighborhood. We only allow highly rated guests to stay in our properties through our VRBO or Airbnb. Again, we limit the number of cars per your regulations. We have quiet hours after 10 o'clock. We actually put a monitor in the house that monitors noise levels. So if there's a party going on, we can restrict that. We have video surveillance on the outside of the house to make sure that we're not that there aren't 10 people in the house and throwing a party. We use a professional management company that is local, that will always respond and take care of everything right away. The yards are always mowed on time to make sure that we maintain a good appearance in the neighborhood. The house is professionally cleaned after each visit. And as far as traffic goes, I know that was a concern that one of our residents had in a previous meeting I was at, and I was thinking about it. If I rented the house out to 10 people, there'd be a lot of traffic. But we're limited to 6 in this house. And they're also not always going to be there. So there'll be certain weeks, we'll go for maybe a month and nobody will be in the house. Other times there'll be only 6 people there and limited to 3 cars. So it'd be actually less traffic than there would be if there was a permanent resident in the house. I think that's everything I have.
Okay, great. Ms. Graham?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. We started short-term rental in my property where I live. It all started because I have a student, my daughter, at UNCG, and during an open house, there was a lot of parents that didn't have a safe place to come and visit their students, and that's when we decided that it would be a good idea for us to do an Airbnb on the back of our property. We live very close to UNCG. Actually, I live right across from the soccer field. We started our Airbnb in January 2024, so we were only operating for less than 3 months. During those 3 months, we are 5 stars, 68 reviews, 100% positive reviews. We're a favorite guest, and we only host 2 people. Like I said, it's for family members. Parents are bringing their athletes to the aquatic centers. Family members, they're coming visit their sick family members at the hospitals, and then we branch out to the community, So, like I said, we're super host. We only did it for 3 months. Unfortunately, the 750 feet, it affected us. We had to change it from a short-term rental to a long-term rental. Now we have traveling nurses. We're still helping our communities, but it was more lucrative for us to have the short-term rentals. We do manage it. Like I said, our property is behind my house. Obviously, I'm not going to hold somebody that is going to damage my property or put the neighborhood in danger. We do have parking space available for that property right next to the back of our property. So, like I said, we manage our property. It is a great investment for us. It's great for the city. We never had any issues with any of our guests and our neighbors. It's just the distance that affected us because there's another short-term rental close by.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clifford?
Good evening. Thank you. I am a licensed real estate instructor, and I'm also a licensed real estate agent. And so when I think about this issue, one of the things that comes to mind is the fact that there are others out there that will lobby for the hotel industry and things like that, but you, the council members, can lobby for the individual citizen. There's often times for people to say, how can I increase my wealth? How can I grow as a family and move forward as a family? And residential real estate investment is an opportunity for them to do that. I teach a real estate class for agents, for real estate agents, about residential real estate investing. So these agents are coming, learning more, and then they're going out telling clients of theirs and telling other people in the city and the citizens, say, hey, this is an opportunity for you to grow your wealth. But the restriction that we've placed on it of the distance is going to restrict mom and pop organizations, just regular folks, from being able to get into an investment property opportunity. Because even if they find the property, they're looking for the right property, they're saying to themselves, hey, that could be potential. Now they have to look at that distance restriction and then say, oh, wait a minute, there's another property in a different neighborhood, but the distance restrictions overlap the neighborhoods and restrict those folks from opportunity to move forward in some sort of investment. The question was asked about the HOAs earlier. The HOAs have an opportunity to say, hey, we want to limit through covenants, conditions, and restrictions in their own neighborhood of what can happen in the neighborhood. And today, if we're signing a contract to purchase, then one of the addendums that will be attached to that will be an HOA restriction addendum. So even a buyer who's buying into a property that says, I want to do this, I want to make it into a rental, they have, when they sign the contract to purchase, they've also signed saying, I'm aware of the restrictions that are placed in this neighborhood. And so if they buy something that is already restricted that they can't do it, well, that's on them. We are a caveat emptor state. Let the buyer beware. I usually like to say that with dramatic emphasis so everybody can pick up on it a little bit. But that is one of the reasons that I'm in favor of removing the restrictions to allow people to invest in a way that might help advance themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clifford?
Hello. That was my dad, actually. I learned all of my real estate classes from him, and thank you for allowing me to come speak. I'm coming as both an individual and a real estate agent. My family and I have been working diligently to establish our first short-term rental property, not only as a personal investment, but also a way to contribute to the local economy. Additionally, I have helped many of my clients pursue short-term rentals as a means of achieving financial wealth and financial freedom. However, this recent 750-foot restriction presents a significant and unnecessary hurdle for local investors. My family's property, which we've poured a lot of hours and resources into, does not qualify simply because there's another property 200 feet away. Meanwhile, multiple properties in the neighborhood are operating as short-term rentals because they're grandfathered in and have grandfathered in exceptions. This creates an uneven playing field for new investors like my family or my clients. Not only is our city the only city in North Carolina with this sort of restriction, but this rule also comes on top of an existing county-level restriction that already limits short-term rentals to city limits. The layers of restrictions is making it increasingly difficult for everyday individuals, not large corporations, to responsibly and reasonably invest in their future through short-term rentals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to those in opposition. I have Megan Callahan and Keisha Haddon. Is Ms. Haddon here? Okay. Is Ms. Callahan here? Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Keisha Haddon. Live in Fisher Park. I'm on the neighborhood board. We worked for several years to get the initial requirements that are set up for the restrictions for Airbnbs. We coordinated with many other neighborhoods, and we asked for the separation to protect our neighborhoods from the loss of homes for our neighbors, and then homes, instead of being homes for our neighbors, becoming hotel rooms. Just last week, the City Council announced the drive for more housing in Greensboro. Well, when you remove the distance regulation, you're taking homes away from permanent residents and from long-term renters and destroying the community aspect of living in our neighborhood. So I'd ask you to vote against removing this restriction.
Thank you. Ms. Callahan.
Thank you. I think I'm here before City Council when we put this ordinance in place. And I do want to thank the City Attorney's Office for communicating with me through this process. It's only been in the last 24 hours because a little short notice for this issue. I don't practice this area of law. You can ignore my email from earlier today because I will amend that based on the fact that I finished reading the case law and I finished reading the lawsuit. I am against, well, let me say this. I agree with your attorney's advice. I think you probably have to strike the 750 based on the reading of Wilmington and based on wanting to keep all these other specific things. And all the residents that came here that are for it, these would be Airbnbs that are fine, right? They live here. They want to do a better community. They own one or two. The problem is, for example, the petition where the city was sued, these are out-of-state individuals who are buying houses in Glenwood, in Fisher Park, in neighborhoods where houses are $90,000 to, well, in Fisher Park, $450,000 and even more, where they're buying these and running Airbnbs. The owners don't live in North Carolina. This individual petitioner that is gone, he lives in Maryland, and he said, well, I have another one in the same, probably the same neighborhood, and this is Glenwood. And this is one of the key neighborhoods where they are affordable housing, and we want it to be a neighborhood. And so I am here to say, do what you want with the for and against in terms of your legal advice. But what I'm asking you to do is, Greensboro is a city in North Carolina that has always stood up for its citizens, or Black History Month, its citizens sat down to fight for what was right in Greensboro and in our country. And what I'm asking for is that this city council maybe put together a working task force to figure out what can we do maybe to limit short-term the STRs. What did Wilmington not think of? Maybe what did Asheville not think of, or Raleigh not think of? Because the issue is of course people are going to say, we as a city council can't deal with this. This is 160D-1207 out of the General Assembly. Raleigh's got to deal with this. Raleigh's not going to listen to me, Megan Callahan. Raleigh's not going to listen to Keisha or the Fisher Park. But what Raleigh will listen to potentially, maybe, I don't know, does Raleigh listen to anybody? Is this city council. If this city council comes up with a resolution and maybe even works with Asheville or Wilmington and comes up with some idea that's out of the box to figure this out, how do we save our neighborhoods? All I've heard about today is annexation. We need housing. We have these goals. This, getting rid of this 750 and allowing more short-term rentals takes everything we talked about here today and says, we're going to make that whole neighborhood this gentleman just wanted to do, I'm going to go buy it all, and I'm going to run short-term rentals out of all of them. I own real estate, and I do long-term rentals because I want college students and people to have housing. I don't want short-term rentals. And Glenwood is a perfect neighborhood that we need housing where people can afford it and move into. So I think the city council should put together a working committee to try to figure out how to deal with this issue so that this, whatever the city plan that was cited and read to us earlier, so we can do that. Because otherwise, we have 630 houses right now that we've lost to short-term rentals. When you get rid of this distance, it'll be 750. The number we originally quoted, because we just heard 2 or 3 here today who are willing to sit 3 hours or 2 hours, however long we've been here, to get this distance changed. So let's figure out as a city council, what can we do as a city to go to Raleigh to try to fix this? Because the American dream is not going to exist anymore if people can't buy a house. They're first-time home buyers and all they can afford is $100, $200. If STRs are buying up all these things, cash buyers, if we can afford to buy something for $100,000, then the individual who just went to nursing school is not going to be able to compete with a cash buyer. So I know I'm not going to use my time, but I just come here to petition the bigger problem that the city council knows about. Tonight's issue is a whole different issue. You got to do what you got to do legally because the case law is clear. So take your advice of counsel, but I'd be more than happy, and I want other people to be a part of, maybe here tonight, to figure out a solution so that these neighborhoods that are good neighborhoods don't get gobbled up, because y'all represent the citizens of Greensboro, not the people coming in and out, renting rooms for events. And that's what we need, is to protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so those in favor, you have 5 minutes. If you would like to come up and say something, 5 minutes total.
Thank you. I do understand her concerns about other people renting out of state and, bringing people in. I understand totally. In my case, totally different situation. Please keep in mind, this is my home. This is my property. I do run this Airbnb through me, and it's my property. Like I said, it's a totally different situation for me than what she's talking about. I do agree what she's saying about other people from out of state renting properties here and renting properties there. But keep in mind, there's other people like me that need this part, of the situation to be removed in order to bring progress to this city. Please keep in mind, this is my home.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, I wanted to also talk about first-time homebuyers because that's my main clientele as a real estate agent. And there are a lot of factors that go into if someone can or can't buy a home, and then there's a lot of other issues. One of the recent housing councils talked about how currently statistics for Guilford County are 95% of all houses on the market are $300,000 or above. Only 5% of the homes in the market right now are below $300,000. Most first-time home buyers are looking in the $200,000 price point. So there are a lot of other factors when it comes into if a first-time home buyer can purchase a home, a lot of that being low inventory. I do agree. I do think that there could be a benefit in having a rule about, Airbnb owners or short-term rental owners being residents of Greensboro or Guilford County residents, because then you have someone that's like down the street that's going to come check on something, or you're not having these humongous corporations from other states buying up whole neighborhoods. You're having a lot of people just, or in my case, what I encourage a lot of my first-time home buyers to do when they're ready to graduate to their next home is I say, hey, let's see if we can turn your home into a rental, long-term, short-term rental. Then you get you into a next home, and that is creating some wealth building for you, dear clients. And then, of course, they're in love with that idea. But that is just one of the things I wanted to bring up about first-time home buyers as well as in-state ownership.
Thank you. All right, those in opposition, you have 5 minutes as well if you'd like to come up and say anything. No, they're good. They're good. Thank you. Thank you. All right, it will be council discussion. However, Mayor Vaughn would like to speak first, so I've got her on the list first. Anyone else want to get in line? Sharon? Stanley?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate all the comments that were made about this, and I believe let me see, I think I wrote her name down, Ms. Callahan, who was talking about getting a working group together. This ordinance was developed through a working group, and we took 18 months to 2 years to look at what best practices are. You know, the ordinance that we institute wasn't to allow short-term rentals. It was to give neighborhoods some security in the short-term rentals that were in their neighborhood. We knew that we pushed the envelope a little bit with the 750-foot separation, and I'm glad that the speaker agreed with our city attorney that that probably wouldn't pass legal muster, and that's really what we're here to talk about tonight, because while you know, the comment was made that we should go to Raleigh and give them this really great ordinance. The fact is that the short-term rental lobby in Raleigh is very strong, and they don't want any ordinances when it comes to short-term rentals. Airbnb and VRBO, they have got a presence up in those hallways just about every day. You know, there's a real possibility that eventually the legislature could come out and say no regulations at all on short-term rentals. We are trying to get ahead of the problem. We're hoping that with an ordinance that we will at least have some sort of a vested right. But if we overstepped our bounds by the 750 feet separation, then I think we have to reverse that today. But I am glad that we have an ordinance, and one that was well thought out with input from a wide variety of people. We agree that home ownership is the most important thing, and that's one reason why Glenwood in particular, along with 4 other neighborhoods, were highlighted for redevelopment, and that enabled people to get down payment assistance through the city for up to $25,000. We would prefer, our preference would be that homes are owner occupied. We do know investors come in and buy properties. There's not a lot we can do about it, but we try to level the playing field for those first-time home buyers. So while I'm not happy that we're going to have to reverse ourselves on the 750-foot separation, I am going to vote for the ordinance. I appreciate all of the work that was done putting this ordinance together. I do just want to highlight one thing. I am concerned about people who have not gone through the process at all. One thing I've heard a lot about over the last few weeks are that they're unpermitted, unregistered, whatever the word is, all over neighborhoods. We have to do something about that. We have to be more aggressive. I recall from the slide deck that we saw showed that there were still cases that were under review. We need to be aggressive about that. And I'm not sure what the fine is for not registering, permitting, but that is something that we definitely need to follow up on. So that is the gist of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do need to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And moving on to Mrs. Hightower.
Well, I understand why we have to remove it, but I don't think I can support removing it. I don't know if that's going to send the wrong message to Raleigh, but it does trouble me because, as one young lady spoke about, the houses that are at the lower price point that will get gobbled up by someone who wants an STR will keep a person from becoming a homeowner. And that's what we really talk about, home ownership and generational wealth. You know, and that's one of the ways that we create that. And that's why we went out of, made sure that we had greater down payment assistance to help that individual who's at that lower price point be able to get into these homes in our reinvestment areas. And I understand making a little money and having a little profit, but I just want us to make sure that home ownership is the main thing that we really need to focus on. We got hotels, and I know people may not want to stay in a hotel, it's a little more pricey, but I just don't want to see it take up a whole block of being STRs. I do hear you, Mr. Watt. I understand. I take your legal advice. It's just something that's very hard to swallow at this point. And I wish we could find some other ways. And I know that we can't probably decide who can be an owner in as opposed to one being in-state as out-of-state, because I know people have the right to purchase property. I just wish we could find some other way to make sure we had a little bit more control. But at least keeping the other elements of this ordinance is some saving grace. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Tammy Thurm, Mrs. Thurm.
Thank you. You know, I think all of us up here wrestled with this when we passed the original ordinance, because at that time we had some pretty good indication that this could be problematic. And Lord knows I met with enough people, I think we all did, and promised them that we would get this into this ordinance. I hate the fact that we're at this crossroads, but I think the driving factor for me and the reason why I'll support this amendment to the ordinance is because I'm concerned about losing the other good pieces of the ordinance, and I'm afraid that if this were to go to court, all of it would be thrown out. And I think there's some real benefit for making sure that, you know, that each property has someone responsible in close proximity so that they can deal with issues. I absolutely hate this. I really do. But I'm going to support the ordinance because I think or the amendment to the ordinance, because I think there's some good protections in our ordinance that we could lose. And I'm not willing to invest a couple $100,000 of legal fees that we know we're going to lose the case on. And along with that, we end up risking the parts of the ordinance that we do get to keep. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Holston.
And I do concur. For me, it's just the legal risk that we're looking at. As it has been said, we have some really good portions of this amendment in place. One was mentioned tonight. Someone talked about outside investors from across the globe who buy into the Greensboro community. What we have as a part of this current amendment is that you have to live in Guilford County or in an adjacent county. If we take the risk of going forward with the 750 limit as it is, we run the risk that the court system is going to strike down the whole thing. They'll throw the baby out with the bathwater, and it'll be the wild, wild west in this community. We'll start from ground zero. Everybody can have what they want, and outside investors can invest and purchase those Airbnb neighborhoods, communities, and that isn't what our community is looking for. So for that purpose, on those purposes, I'll be supporting the amendment to the text to remove the 750 so that we can maintain those other good portions, the insurance, the parking, the occupancy, and the adjacency of residency. Those are important to keep in. It's not perfect, but it is something. It is important for us. Thank you.
Mrs. Hoffman, and then Dr. Wells, then Ms. Pender, and then I'll have a very brief statement.
You know, with regret, I will obviously support this tonight because we can't jeopardize what we have, and with the possibility of legal action against the city. What I would ask, and you know, going back to this whole process, I remember meeting with a group in Lily Park and also Fisher as we were struggling during that year and a half of trying to come to grips with the various parts of this ordinance. But what I would ask, when I got here to our administrative area tonight, my office, the clerk handed me a young woman, a resident who lives in Lily Park, had telephoned about this ordinance, and so I called her back. And her complaint was that there's a house next door to them. When it's occupied, it's taking up much too much parking on the street. She has complained to the city, but hasn't really seen any result of that. So what I would say to our planning department, I think that we really, when we get complaints, I hope that we are on top of them in terms of responding to the citizen as well as being in touch with the owner of the property. I've gotten complaints several times from residents who live off of Friendly, and all of those have been about the STR residents not putting garbage and recycling cans out. Either they put them out too early or they leave them all week. I mean, that's been a recurring problem, but I think maybe we've managed through that, and the owner perhaps is cognizant of what he needs to take care of at this point. But I would ask that when we get complaints from citizens who have an STR in their neighborhood that we would respond to that vigorously, please. Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Wells?
I will be voting for the change, but I really regret it. We sat here hours and hours and listened to people give their opinions, and I see Ann sitting back there. She was one of them. They came and they brought their ideas, and we thought we had come up with something that everybody could live with. And the distance seemed to be one of the important things. They didn't want people too close together. So I'm sorry that we have to do it, but knowing that we have some authorities a little bit higher than us, so we are going to have to abide. So that's why I'm voting for the change.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Ms. Pender?
I too support the amendment, but also understand the sentiments that have been echoed by other council members as well. And it's a hard decision, but also looking at what we do have, we don't want that to go away. So taking that into account. So I do appreciate the concerns that have been brought forth.
Thank you. Hearing no one else who wishes to speak, I would certainly entertain a motion. I did want to mention very quickly, I think everything has been stated here, but I also worry that, as has been said, that we are going to lose everything that's already in the ordinance if we don't take away this part of it. And there are some really good things in there that has been mentioned over and over again pretty much, so I won't go into detail. But I also do worry about if this did come and we were challenged, just the cost for council would be, to me, exorbitant. Now, does that mean I would not go with my heart? No. I think you can tell all of us have had major heartburn with this, and we really, really would love to vote no, but knowing that what could come down the pipeline, we are all leaning toward yes. So I would entertain a motion. Moved by Mr. Holston. Seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
Statement.
I think you need to read the statement of consistency.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
I'll do it.
All right. Go ahead.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the text amendment request to change the standards for short-term rentals to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request allows development that is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and the future land use map. The request supports the Comprehensive Plan's growing economic competitiveness and prioritizing sustainability big ideas. The request is reasonable in that it is consistent with current land use trends and case law related to short-term rentals.
All right. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Council voted, and that passes 9-0. Thank you, everyone, and thank you all for speaking this evening. We will now move on to our general business agenda. And our first item, item L1, is resolution, I1, I'm sorry. I need to take my glasses off for that one. I1, resolution approving the bid in the amount of $2,354,000 and authorizing execution of contract 2024-0610 with D.H. Griffin Company for the demolition of the Belmead Street parking deck. Moved by Mr. Matheny. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Is there any discussion? Yes, Mrs. Hightower.
Yep, you know I do. I'm down to my favorite subject. I'm going to support it, but I'm a little confused by you didn't meet the goal for the WBE at all. So can you explain to me why another W wasn't added to this contract? Can somebody help me with that? I'm reading something that I'm a little. Is this DOT money that we're spending?
No, it's not DOT money. You're correct on the W. In order to advance this bid, it was reviewed by the MWBE office. As you pointed out, the M did have good participation. The W did not. There was a dispute over what happened during the good faith effort part, and that was appealed to the city manager. The city manager heard the appeal and recognized that there was an attempt to get W participation, but there was some confusion over how that sub was categorized, and therefore the contract or the appeal was overturned or upheld. Excuse me.
So we called it a W, but it turned out to be an M. I don't know how that's even physically possible. So
correct, and I don't want to speak for the city manager, but in particular, the contractor had been used as a W on previous projects. Ultimately registered as an M and is an M, to be clear.
But they have been a W previously in another life and on other contracts.
No, ma'am. I believe it was just a matter.
I'm sorry if I misstated that. I did not mean to infer that they identified previously.
I'm just trying to.
I'm saying that they had been used as a woman-owned business on previous projects, and the contractor had understood them to be a woman-owned business. However, they are registered as a minority business, and therefore they cannot qualify for both.
So they changed sexes.
They are still female and African American.
So it's a woman minority business.
Correct.
Is that what I'm? Okay.
That was my
I just
understanding.
couldn't understand how it got all flipped around from. Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. I'm sure I'm quite red.
Yeah, I'm still a little. Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Hightower.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we good?
Yeah,
Votes in progress.
Yeah, I guess.
And the total is? Somewhere on here we've got to vote. There we go. That carries 9-0. Thank you all very much. Let's see. All right, moving on to our item I2. I got to read it first, Dr. Wells. You're excited to do this? Resolution to authorize execution of contract 2023-0060 in the amount of $48,252,241 with Samet Corporation for Windsor Chavis NOCO Community Complex Building Construction. Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. And are there any comments?
Make a comment. We're excited about the complex, and District 2 is really excited about it. However, as Ms. Hightower, Councilwoman Hightower brought up about the MWBE in that, the former case, I'm still concerned. I'm concerned. We went to the retreat when the Action Greensboro report was made, and the income level was so different. It was $46,000 for white citizens and $26,000 for blacks. I was really concerned about it. So I'm thinking that some of this MWBE money would help with raising the income levels. And as a council, I think we need to look at that a little more seriously. But of course, for this project, I'm voting yes. This is going to be a major improvement for our city.
Thank you. And anyone else?
So, if I may, and I respect Dr. Wells and my council members, and I understand, but I'm going to have to vote no for this. And as one who has championed Windsor Chavis NOCO to the point that people thought it was even in my district, this breaks my heart. I said to my community, we're going to have inclusive opportunity. This project is a catalyst in a community that has been underserved, and I'm going to ensure that there is participation, involvement, job opportunity. And when I see the numbers and we didn't make the goal, and in this instance, we didn't make the goal even for the W, which was 2.43, and the last one was 0 that we just voted for. And the M is 11.4 out of 17%. And some people will say, oh, well, you know, they couldn't find anybody. There's no capacity. That's not true. And so, yeah, we had about 2 outreaches in the area, but when I look at this, and I do see an effort, yeah, there's an effort here, there's many, on this project, and one may make $1 million out of this, but we're talking about a $48 million project. And it reminds me of another project where we didn't meet the goal. And I just think that people hear me talk about this, and sometimes I think they don't listen. This is really an economic impact that will really make a difference to the $26,000 that Dr. Wells mentioned. That's troubling that the average wage is $26,000. And if you got more than one child, you can't afford anywhere to go. Can't pay rent, pay lights, water, gas, have a cell phone. I mean, you're making everyday decisions about how you may live life. Do you not get medicine because you don't have insurance, and you definitely can't pay daycare? I was hoping that this project would be that one that would stand out to this community and say, hey, not only do you deserve this Windsor Chavis NOCO, but you deserve to be a part of it. So I'm just struggling here. I really don't want to let Bridget down and Nasha down, but I just am struggling here because I wonder where could the effort have really been? Have we really done all that we could have done to say to our community, hey, you matter, you make a difference, and we're going to see that you're involved and in part of this. Even the local businesses, you make a difference.
But you've been the greatest cheerleader. They think it's in your district.
I know. And it breaks my heart. I really am about to cry about this because what I had hoped, I had such hope for this project. When we started out putting $2 million into design alone and got a black designer, black architect, that designed the heck out of this place in a community that really deserves it. It's long overdue. I just want us to really understand the economic impact that this could have made here. And yes.
Sharon, I don't want you to give up hope on the project because my understanding is that it's now in 2 phases. And certainly this first phase didn't make the numbers it was supposed to. But the second phase, which is across the street and is the ballparks, will certainly have great opportunity for more MWBE participation. You know, initially this was going to be bid as one project, and that's where the goals came in. And then my understanding is it was broken into 2. I don't know that the goals were adjusted for just the building and that side of the street. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you. We want people to make money. We want to put people to work. But I do think that there is an opportunity when phase 2 comes also.
And I appreciate you saying that, Mayor, but phase 2 is $8 million. So as opposed to $48 million.
Big difference.
It's a huge difference. The second phase is 8. And so in construction, you think there's a lot of opportunity out there with construction. Somebody's sheetrock and painting, and it just didn't happen. We didn't pre-qualify enough companies, and so as somebody who really loves this project, no, it's not in my district, but it's in East Greensboro, and that's what we've been championing for years and years and years, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here to champion it. And I just want us to make a difference in the lives of people. And I don't want to stand before my community and offer them hope, and then we don't have it. And it's just heartbreaking to me.
So I know Mr. Matheny wants to speak before we continue with the vote, but I also know that Mr. Seeger is on the line, and if he was signed up, and then we went back in and could not find him, but he is there. If it's council's pleasure, I would like to go ahead and let him speak. Mr. Seeger?
I'm here, Council.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
No, I would agree with Mayor. We know on our end the expression and importance that Sharon has mentioned. We went through this project for some time. There's a few things. There were 5 outreaches. We did quite a bit of outreach. And the second phase, of course, with the help of the MWB office, we were able to double the numbers that's in the NOCO Park phase. So the percentages were met when we're on the second phase.
Your video, your sound cut off.
The second phase of the project that Sharon was mentioning is around $11 million. Mayor is correct. We were able to double those percentages and met the goal on both sides of M and W. Almost doubled each percentage.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Matheny.
I didn't know Mr. Seeger. I don't know if we've met, but I appreciate what you're saying and you sticking with us tonight and letting us know that. This is right at my 20th year, and to Councilwoman Hightower's I almost called you High Point. Sorry about that. It's getting late. I think my bigger thing is not only on this project, because we are fortunate to have a Class A plus partner in Samet Corporation. I think my bigger thing is I don't want Councilwoman Hightower or anybody on this dais or on our staff to be crying about something they've been fighting about for over 10 years. And so my request would be a clear and stated process and procedure. I don't care where we've been. I want to know where we're going. I want to know where we're going as an MWBE office. I want to know where we're going on proper mentorships. I want to know where we're going on, in some of these cases with some of the, I think, when you're dealing with construction, you're dealing with contracting, there's a lot of financial commitments you got to make in order to get projects. One of them, which takes a lot of money, is bonding. Are there creative things that we can do, whether it's through the city, through the state, through federal partnerships to help minority businesses get bonded? We got to be creative. And as far as reach out, and Sharon, you're talking about how did the W end up as an M? How can we make the process easier? Like we were at our retreat, the HVAC company that came up. You asked, are they MWB contractor certified? Certified. And they said no, and it's probably because they feel it's cumbersome, and they don't know the ins and outs of how to do it. So what other ways can we do? Do we set up a person on our MWBE staff, because we've got quite a few of them now, at the Nussbaum Center, one day a week, to work with our minority businesses? I mean, because we were talking about this 15 years ago, prior to you even getting elected, and you've been carrying a torch hard for over 10 years. And, every meeting, Councilwoman Hightower talks about this. I would love for one meeting, she doesn't have to preach to us about MWBE. And so, Chuck, you can talk. I mean, you can answer, but I'm not expecting an answer right now. What I'm expecting is a thoughtful response that says, here's the procedures we have put in place. Here's the goals that we are going to achieve. And I'm not talking about percentages in any particular project, including Windsor-Chavis-Noco. I'm also thinking about response, because I've seen other emails where there's been confusion over lack of response. There's been confusion over good faith efforts. There's been lack of communication with contractors over good faith efforts. And I've not put up with as much as Councilwoman Hightower has, but just seeing some of the emails and concerns that have come in, we seem to make it awful hard on ourselves and our partners or potential partners. And so I really would rather you really think about that and come back with a proper response to what procedures have you changed since you took over, what procedures are we going to go forward, and what timelines should partners expect from a communication standpoint, in particular as it relates to good faith efforts and how we move forward. So if you want to talk, go ahead.
I do want to talk, and I'll be brief, but I guess the first thing I would say is the procedures that we're going to follow are the procedures of the plan that was adopted. We have, through the various leadership transitions that occurred, we have moved away. There's a lot of variation in that, so we're getting back to that. This project that we just are discussing is a project that started 2 years ago. So they have been through changes in leadership in the department, in the office. And that has affected this process. However, I want to compliment Samet. They have had their leadership to state in one of our meetings that, they're not in this for checkbox good faith, which is what I thought good faith was all about until I learned more about it. But they are in it for actual participation, and that came from the top. And they made significant effort in this particular case to get their numbers up. So I applaud them in their effort for this. I think in the end of the day, the project, as the mayor pointed out, has two sides to it. There'll be probably contract changes that will also give opportunity. But our goal is to get to applying the program plan. We put new leadership in place who's very familiar with the plan. We are woefully understaffed at this particular point. We don't anticipate being adequately staffed anytime soon. So what we've decided to do is to contract with an outside company to provide staffing temporarily. Knowledgeable, capable staffing that has done this for other municipalities on an external basis. So we are trying to attack so that we can provide the responses that you're talking about. You're 100% right. The goal is to be responsive, and we've been, frankly, overwhelmed.
How many staff do you have?
2.
Yeah. We have 4 vacancies. There's 9 positions down there. We have 4 vacancies, but only 2 are people who can do good faith reviews.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 4 vacancies.
Correct.
And they've been funded the entire year. When did they become vacant?
One became vacant last month. One became vacant in October, but the other 2 were funded.
But the other 2 have been funded.
So yeah, I've done that math as well, and used that to justify the contract.
So what kind of timeline? And I'm thinking about something that came up about Mr. Lynch and not getting a response back in the good faith effort. So
I'm not quite to the bottom of understanding exactly that. It's certainly something that I'm looking into.
Yeah.
I should have something for you on that particular one by the end of the week.
Why are you having trouble filling that vacancy? If there's 1 in October and there's been 2 that have been funded, I'm assuming since July 1, why are we having trouble filling a vacancy?
Okay, so
you don't want me to say what?
Yeah, new leadership just got in place in September. Getting that done took some steps.
This is why I wanted you to take a second to say, come back.
No, I can tell you.
No, we know why.
I know exactly why.
We know why.
And I can tell you, but I'm not sure I really want to, divulge all of this in a public setting.
Right.
But I can have a report to you about I'm digging into at the mayor's request, I'm digging into the Lynch situation to try to understand exactly what happened. And I have a understanding, but I don't have all the documents to support it.
But what I would like to say, Zach, and I appreciate your comments, but one of the things I really would like to say to my colleagues, I want all of you to know the plan so that you understand good faith effort is not a 50-point sheet you check off. That's not good faith effort. That's not how it works. And so to understand the plan means you read it, first of all, read it. That's one thing, okay? And then we need to support it. We need to all unanimously support MWBE. It's been here too long for us to not all fully support it and understand it. Okay? And I'm tired of being the one and only person that's out there, and of course everybody say, oh, you know what, she's gonna, but yes I am, because it's an economic impact. It's not just putting black people or white people on a contract, a city contract. It is affecting their economic livelihood. It is people who say, I'm a businessman with a business card, and I want to do business with the city on these water resource contracts that are multi-million-dollar contracts, $200 million coming up on one, and want to do work on DOT. I want to understand it. But we don't the staff in MWBE office.
And part of the staff is not simply there to sort of call balls and strikes.
Right.
The staff is actually there to support companies like Summit as they're going through the pre-qualification point, to make sure that they have enough pre-qualified minority vendors. Because if you don't get adequate pre-qualified minority vendors, there's no way for you to get to the goal.
Right.
So the standard on good faith is a company needs to do what it would do in good faith to be able to achieve the stated goals.
And we don't do anything.
Goal,
right.
You need 15%. I can't do that math,
but we do everything legal. That plan is written by an attorney, a lawyer. So it's illegal. We are not doing, nothing happens illegally because we have to justify what we do. And so it's written by a lawyer.
Yeah.
And
Period.
I just wanted to give you that update, Councilman Matheny, but I plan to give you a more detailed timeline at a later point. Don't consider this to be a complete response to your question, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other comments to be made
Zach,
with the vote? The
I'm
vote
gonna
is
vote
in
for
progress.
I'm gonna vote for this, Goldie, but we got to get serious. In all sincerity, I don't want to hear another report like last
The
week.
suggestion that you made that all of us understand, and many times when Sharon would vote against something and Yvonne would vote against it with her, and I didn't vote because, I said, well, the project has to go forth. It has to go forth. But when I looked at where we are and where blacks and whites, there's such a difference. I know this has to have some impact on it. And so as a council, we need to make some changes to be intentional about seeing that all of our citizens have a fair shake. And I know that they say in Atlanta, we all talk about black folks in Atlanta and how well they do. Well, when we had the it was last year, and Andrew Young, who was a civil rights person that worked with Dr. King, he said the way that they raise the economic level of the people is because Delta wanted to come to Atlanta. They told him, Maynard Jackson said, we'll let you come. We'll give you that land out there, but you must hire our black folks. In Atlanta, they call it, what do they call it? Something.
The New York of the South.
Yeah, of the South. And black folks do well in Atlanta.
They do.
But this is how they started building and getting their wealth.
Getting their wealth.
And we're not trying to make everybody rich, but everybody ought to be able to have more than $26,000 a month. A year to try to live in Greensboro, North Carolina. We ought to be more concerned about our fellow man. Can you think about if you just made that amount of money?
Well, you think about split it up and see what you could really buy. Harris Teeter would not be on your radar.
So
I just want to make another comment. One way that we can have people make money is to treat these contracts with a sense of urgency. It takes way too long for a project to go through MWBE right now. If we want people to go to work, that should be the main focus, is getting these contracts processed and put through the system. We have a whole backlog right now. We could be freeing up a whole bunch of dollars, and we're sitting on them. Sharon, I have read the plan. I'm not saying I know it like you, but I have read the plan. I've read bid documents, and there has to be a sense of urgency, and right now that seems to be lacking.
Well, Mayor, it's lacking because you don't have the staff. You can't expect one person basically to carry the whole load of an MWBE office. That's what happened to her before. And so you're trying to carry the load, and knowing that we have multiple contracts, and they give them to her at the last minute, trying
Oh,
to
no,
shove
she
it
has
through.
not gotten them at the last
And
minute.
she just got here. So you think about that. Yeah, I'm telling you. And I know what's going on, and I know the reason behind some of what you say. But the bottom line is she's one person with one brain and two sets of eyes that is trying to read these contracts with one set of eyes. I'm sorry. Well, she wears glasses. She got glasses. But she is reading these contracts intensely. You can't just glaze them over and look at them, and then she has to go through and vet them to make sure they meet the goals.
I know what it takes.
They got to be able to do that. So you can call for the
Dr. Wells, call for the question because there's a vote in progress.
Well,
we need a big discussion on this. I agree. I agree. All right.
No. Well, I don't know, Goldie. I was about to vote for it, but what I'm hearing I don't like, and I'm not gonna when
And we already voted. Here. Yes. And that carries 9-0. Thank you all very much. Good discussion. So I want to check and see. I did want to ask Ms. McCrae, Nasha McCrae, our Assistant City Manager, what is the timeline on the progress for this? And I did want to thank, I think she's still here. Yes, Bridget Blanton. Thank you so much. This was a vision that several of you had and brought, and it is coming to fruition. We do have some bumps in the road, but, it's coming along. So if you could give us the timeline.
Yes, and Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for that. The timeline is very aggressive. As was stated, we've been at this project from conception, internally as well as in coordination with the community for about 12, 13 years. And so with the approval tonight, our goal is to move forward with the demolition of the Windsor Center within the next 30 days. And then that will start the construction for the north side of the project. We expect that to last roughly about 18 months, barring no, major hiccups or anything like that, which is, again, a very aggressive schedule. The reference to the south part of the project, which is the park side, we did get the goals. Those are in evaluation, and so we expect to bring that to you all in March as well. So we're really moving very quickly on this. It is definitely a sense of urgency. But I would also like to say that I do appreciate council's full support in this project, the support of the community, as was stated, the leadership that's in attendance tonight, Directors Fleischman and Blanton, and their teams who have done a tremendous amount of work in advancing this forward and coordinating with both Summit as well as with the community to continue to keep people engaged and informed. We've also had a very, very engaged stakeholder steering committee as well that I want to make sure that we highlight as well. Very important project, and we understand the importance of continuing to support our MWBEs. And so even though we didn't quite make that goal, we made that good faith effort, but we will continue to seek out opportunities to continue that investment in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Moving on to item I3, resolution authorizing the contract between the Greensboro Police Department and Axon Enterprises, Inc. for FUSIS. Moved by Mr. Holston. Do I hear a second? And council, please vote. And
yes.
Yeah, Mayor Vaughn, I was getting ready to say, thank you. That passes. Let's see. I don't have a total yet. And that passes 9-0. Thank you for that. Item I4, resolution authorizing contract 2023-052A in the amount of $1,051,669 with Alta Planning and Design, Inc. for professional design services for the ANY Greenway Extension Design, BL-0116. And item I5, resolution authorizing supplemental agreement number 1 in the amount of $5 million with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for BL-0116 A&Y Greenway Project, Hill Street to Rollins Road, and item I-6, ordinance in the amount of $5 million, increasing the budget for supplemental agreement number 1 with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for BL-0116 A&Y Greenway Project, Hill Street to Rollins Road. I'd like to ask for a motion for item I-4. Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Mayor Vaughn is a yes. And that passes 9-0. For those in the audience and on TV, watching us on media, there is a jackhammer in the background, so it is distracting us just a little bit. It's where they're doing the plaza over in front of the courthouse, so just bear with us. I would like a motion to adopt item I-5. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hightower and Matheny.
And that passes 9-0. Our next item, item I-6. Moved by Dr. Wells. Seconded by Mr. Holston. Mayor Vaughn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hightower.
Mrs. Hightower, your vote? Oh, there we go. That passes 9-0. Our last item is boards and commissions reports. I'm going to first appoint Ashley Smith to the GC Jack Executive Board on behalf of Mayor Vaughn. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, please say aye. And I'm going to ask, thank you, Mayor Vaughn, and I'm going to ask Nancy Hoffman to make appointments to the Cultural Affairs Commission. Mrs. Hoffman?
And again, I'm making these on behalf of the mayor. Yolanda Ramos, District 4, replacing Janae Green. Cyril Howell, District 3, replaces Janine Robledo. Jocelyn Brown, District 1, replaces Mignon Elks. And Sasha Woods, District 2, is replacing Naomi Woods.
Ms. Hoffman, we still ain't got nobody in District 1 yet?
Jocelyn Brown is District 1.
Who?
Jocelyn Brown.
Is that who you just put on?
From District 1,
Okay.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Now we are at the end of our agenda. Thank you all for your patience. Yes. Oh, you have an appointment. I'm so sorry. I didn't see anyone. Dr. Wells?
I'd like to appoint Nicole Goodman to the Greensboro Transit Advisory Commission, and she's replacing Lisa McMillan, who resigned.
Okay. Seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Thurm, any appointments? Jamila Pender, any appointments? Mr. Holston? Mrs. Hightower, any appointments? No. Great, thank you. All right, so now we will move on. That is the end of our agenda. Matters to be discussed by the mayor and members of council. We'll start with Mrs. Hightower.
I only have really two things. I want to offer my condolences to our Water Resource Director, Mike Borges, who lost his wife. The service is coming up Saturday. But I'm real sorry for that. I'm praying for him and his son because I know it's been a very rough time for him. And certainly keep him in my thoughts and prayers, and I hope that all of you do, because he's such a good, genuine person. And I'm sorry he's experiencing that tragedy. I also want to offer my condolences to the family of Reverend Nelson Johnson, who we lost, one of our great civil rights leaders in this community who has made a significant difference. I am so glad that we apologized to him for the 1979 massacre event, and I'm sure that I'm sure he carried that burden with him for years on what happened to 5 of his friends. And certainly, though he worked to make a difference in this community, and he did just that. And so he certainly will be missed. His service is Friday of this week, I believe. And so hopefully in the future, we'll do something to honor him. Unfortunately, we do honors after people are gone, and I think we've got to get better at doing them while they're here. But in talking with Mr. Wilson, thinking of one particular thing that we can do that really is right there where he started the beloved community center. So I'm hoping we'll do something really nice to remember him and all his legacy and the work he did in this city for us. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Holston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. The night is late. I just have a couple also. I want to join Councilwoman Hightower and also our fellow council members in extending condolences and prayers to the family of Mike Borges and also for the Reverend Nelson Johnson. I also want to share that, we have an inclement weather event coming up, and I know that the city staff has been primed and prepared. I want to thank them for that preparation and also for the good work that's going to be done as the storm arrives, and we're taking care of the public safety and the health of our fellow residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just have one thing. I met last week with residents of Lindley Park and actually the president of the Lindley Park Homeowners Association. We had done it's really a corridor pedestrian scale overlay that was done for Lindley Park almost 21 years ago now. And there have been a lot of changes in Spring Garden Street certainly in the last 10 years, much less 20. So I had talked to Director Schwartz this morning, and I'd really like to ask Council's permission to put on the Planning Department's schedule or calendar a revision of the Spring Garden corridor pedestrian overlay, over the next 12 months or whatever the time is required.
Mayor Vaughn, did you have any council comments?
I would like to join in condolences to Mike Borchers and his son Max. I know they're going through a very difficult time, and he knows he's got the support of council. And it's hard to believe that Nelson Johnson has gone. I came on council back in 1997. I think that's when I first met him. And he was larger than life then. It was hard to believe that he had passed away, and I send out my deepest sympathy to his wife Joyce. They are quite the team.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Pender, you have any council comments?
I do. I just want to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you all for creating a welcoming environment and helping me navigate in these 2 weeks. And I just thank you and look forward to moving forward as we make, in service of Greensboro. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we're twinning tonight.
It's 2 weeks.
It's only 2 weeks. Mrs. Thurm.
As others have said, offering my condolences to Mike and Max Borchers. I know it's been a really tough time for them, and also to the Nelson family and his extended family. Reverend Nelson was a special person. In addition, I just wanted to comment, I have been inundated with people talking about my idea that I just threw out about what we can do with the rec centers and schools and on snow days and that kind of thing. And I just want to let folks that have been reaching out to me know that the city staff has been talking. They are meeting with Guilford County Schools. This is going to be a process. There are a lot of issues to discover and to figure out, but it is something that we're looking at and we're working on. And while we won't have anything certainly this year, perhaps we could have something next year. So I just wanted to give people that feedback because, boy, I'm getting a lot of questions about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
Well, of course, the condolences to the families who've lost loved ones, and we will really miss Reverend Nelson Johnson. He's been a real, I guess, an icon in our community. I want to congratulate the South Benbow Road for getting that designation. We went to a celebration on Saturday for them. They've now been listed in on the National Register for historic places, and this is the first African American community to have that designation, that district designation. And also, I saw some young people in the audience tonight. There was quite a few, and one stayed, and he just left. But I think that the young people, college students, are now getting a little bit involved in what's happening in the city, and I'm glad to see that.
That's great. Thank you. And for my comments, I just wanted to mention, the dedication of the Benbow Park area. That was just amazing. I was out. Jamila, Dr. Wells, Mrs. Hightower, and I were there, and then we got to ride the bus all around the district. And, I was able to ride on the bus that has the wrap with Yvonne Johnson on there, so that was kind of special. So,
and don't leave out, Mr. Holston was there at the museum.
Because you were there at the second part. I'm sorry.
He
Yeah,
was
we
at
were
the
at the church. I apologize. Yes, he was there. And, certainly condolences to the Borchers family and the Johnson family. We've had, it seems like, quite a few deaths in the last couple of months, so prayers for them, certainly. Okay, moving on. Matters to be presented by the city manager.
None tonight.
I did want to say thank you for the retreat. We had I thought it was a really good retreat. Thank you, and staff. I know staff worked really hard on it, and, it was very, very nice. Thank you. I think we accomplished a lot. Mr. City Attorney.
I do have one brief thing. Just want to get the case name. Harris, a few months ago in closed session, council voted to authorize us to settle a case involving a police-involved shooting. We were able to accomplish that. The case is Harrison versus the city of Greensboro, and once we're able to accomplish that and get all the papers signed, it has to be disclosed in public. So that's what I'm doing now.
Okay. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn, if nothing else. Moved by everyone. Do I hear a second? Second. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
you.